and after them Israeli players. That's quite an interesting combination. So most of these guys are like Serbians. And after them Israeli players. That's quite an interesting combination. So most of these guys are like Serbians. Once again, I just have to tell you welcome to the second round of the European Chess Championship 2023. Yesterday, not many upsets, actually only one against Bartosz Sochko, Polcert from Hungary, and we had like a couple of draws. Esipenko. Once again, I just have to tell you welcome to Vasily Wanchuk, and a couple more draws, but no, in general, not a big upset yesterday. I just want to give you like a couple of interesting information about the number of federations. 40 federations, 373 title players, and of course a record break with 484 players in total in tournament, which is like a big number, and the first ever in the history of European Chess Union. So let's go, and we're just waiting for the games to begin. Today on the first board we have Sargsyan against Parkov, an IM with almost GM rating, so this is going to be quite an interesting fight. Why do I think that today's round is going to be way more interesting? Because there is no such a big rating gap like yesterday. We still have like 200 points in most of these games, but yesterday we have even 300 and 400 rating points difference between these players. Also, just once again out of curiosity, just to tell you like the information about these 40 federations, the biggest number of players are from Serbia, almost 100, and it's not surprising since this is taking place in Serbia. Then we have like 40 Russians who play under the FIDE flag. We have 33 guys from Turkey and 31 Israeli players. So that's very interesting, and it's time to begin with these games. So let's go on the board where we just, yes, so we have the game between Castellanos and Maritrosian. So Castellanos opted for Rosalimo defense, e4 c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and just like I told you yesterday, here black has two options to go with either e6 or g6. More common in this tournament, at least in the first two rounds, we see e6. After e6, we're just waiting for his move. So we can just wait here. Today, we're going to have like a guest. It's going to be a president of the Serbian Chess Federation. It's going to, the interview is going to take place here in the second part of this broadcast. Hopefully you can just give your feedback and tell us, can you see finally the names of the players? That was like the biggest criticism by most of you guys. So, and if that's the only problem, then we won't have any problems anymore. Also, I hope that you can hear my voice pretty loud and pretty fine. So that's going to be an important thing as well. And let's just go with the games. Here we have Anton Guijarro Guaparadze. Guijarro, who's playing white, knight f3, knight f6, went for ready opening. Then he switched to English opening with c4. And after e6, you never know if your opponent wants to do d5 or not. He opted for knight c3. Which shows his intention not to play Catalan because he didn't want to go with g3. And after bishop b4, yes, we have one of the main variations of the English opening. So after queen c2 castles, it's his turn. Kramnik, for example, used to play a3 in these positions, and after bishop c3, queen c3, he would just go for the bishop pair. Then you have options of playing with a3. Most of these guys play with g3, fianchettoing the light square bishop on g2. Then white has an option of going with either b3 or followed by bishop b2, or b4, taking a little bit more space. And just like you see, this is the point, and he went for a3, just like Kramnik. And you usually play these systems if you want to have like a long-lasting positional advantage, mainly based on the bishop pair and space advantage for white. So after a3, exactly, we were expecting bishop c3, queen will take on c3, and he won't break his pawn structure just like that, and he's gonna have like a very nice and solid position after this. All the time, if white wants to play d4, which I highly suspect, he might go into the Nimzo into the Nimzo defense. But the thing is, after queen c3, most of white players will go with g3, bishop g2, short castle, while at the same time the arc square bishop is going to be developed either after b3 or b4 on b2. Also, most of these guys just hesitate and they go with the pawn on d3, fighting for the center like this. And just like I told you, white has a long-lasting, tiny positional advantage. We'll get back to this game. So let's go to Hazar Babazada against David Navarra. Navarra opted for, like I yesterday said, most aggressive and most ambitious, and also at the same time probably highest rate of wins black has with the Nidar defense, and that's absolutely the best attempt with the black pieces if you want to play some Sicilian. So Navarra plays Nidar defense, and his opponent just went for a kind of positional bishop e2. So now we just need to see what is going to be Navarra's reaction, e5 or e6. e5 is a typical Najdorf reaction. Yes, that's what he opted. He also could have played e6, which could lead to Scheveningen type of positions. Okay, after e5, white had two options as well, knight f3 or knight b3. He opted for knight b3. So now Navarra is most likely going to play bishop e7, and then we'll see what is white going to do. Is he going to play extremely like almost bulletproof variation with the bishop g5, maybe short castle king h1 followed by f4 or something else? Also, there is a line that Nigel Short liked to play with the bishop e3, but let's be patient and wait and to see white's reaction. Babazada Hazar improved a lot lately, and he's theoretically pretty good. So we just want to see what is going to be his reaction in this position. Is it going to be castle short, bishop g5, or bishop e3? Of course, there are like plenty of other possibilities here, but these are just like the most solid options for white. So while we're waiting for that, I just want to once again said not many upsets in yesterday's round. Okay, so second round of the European Chess Championship that takes place here in Serbia from 2nd until the 14th of March. Hope you're gonna enjoy in this broadcast. By the way, my name is Miodrag Perunovic. I'm international master, FIDE senior trainer, and head coach and captain of Serbian team for more than 6 years now. Also well known as a coach, so hopefully I won't bother you so many with, you know, like with these commentaries and like teaching you what to do and how to play. I'm just going to try to be kind of helpful, because not all the time titled players watch these streams, but also some weaker guys. So we also have to give like a basic explanation because of them, so they can understand better what's happening on the board. Babazada is waiting for his move. Probably he wasn't expecting this opening, or he's just trying to decide what is he gonna go for. But if you prepared yourself, probably like one of my ex coaches and friends said, Grandmaster Marjanovic, he said, when you know the theory, you should be blitzing out these moves so you can save your time afterwards. But sometimes you have this psychological effect that where you want to just bluff your opponent, pretending like you don't know what's happening on the board, and many times you had exactly that position on the board. Somebody said GM Boris Gelfand is playing as well on the board 8. Buddy, don't worry about that. We're going to check that game as well. Just be patient. We're just going one by one. Okay, we've been waiting for White's move, but without move here. Next one is kind of French derby. Jules Moussard, one of the top rating favorites in this tournament, the guy who's rated almost 2,700, and Paul Welton from France, GM as well. Jules Moussard went for a positional approach against e5, so it's a modern Italian option with the bishop c4, knight f6, and d3. Nobody nowadays plays all those crazy gambits, Scotch gambit with d4, knight c3 is even bad because of knight takes c4. Simply all these lines are just out of any high competition level nowadays, and all you have to do here is to go with d3 and to fight in a deep and a long-lasting positional battle with the d3. Black played a6. An idea of a6 afterwards, when he defends the pawn on e5, he would just like to go with, and after the light square bishop with knight a5, in which case White wouldn't have a possibility to save the bishop with bishop b5 and bishop a4 followed by bishop c2. So that could be one thing. Another thing, of course, could be to bring the bishop to c5 so he can create a shelter for the dark square bishop and put it back on a7. You never know and what these GMs would like to do, and they all the time would like to surprise their opponents out of the openings. So most likely he just wants to delay with the bishop c5 possibility and to create shelter there, but just like I told you, a6 helps in terms of this one as well. So that's the game. Let's go to the next one. Kozakovsky against Alexander Bredke. Once again, for all of you, like a big breaking news, Bredke, who used to be a Russian citizenship and a Russian chess player, became Serbian. So from yesterday, Serbia has one of the biggest favorites in this tournament. Bredke is nowadays playing black against Kozakovsky from Poland. And let's take a look at the game. e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d4, c takes. And here you always have to wait if black wants to go with a6, playing the Kana opening, or just knight c6 going for Taimanov. There is also an option with knight f6 and d6, which leads to Scheveningen. He played knight f6, knight c3, and opted for 4 knights Sicilian. Here, White has so many options as well. Knight db5, a3, knight takes c6 followed by e5. Kozakovsky opted for a3, currently the most popular and the most modern approach against the 4 knights. A classic approach used to be here, knight takes c6, b takes e6, e5, knight e5 with knight e4, but nowadays it's not that. Actually, it is popular, but more of these guys opt for a3, which prevents bishop b4, prevents also a6, b5 followed by b4, and gives in many of these variations like a very original type of the games, and lately White scores well against this one. I remember playing this in Serbian finals against Grandmaster Perunovic. I just opted for a3 myself, so I'm pretty familiar with this one. Bredke played bishop e7, and here he went with bishop e3. For example, that wouldn't be my approach here and my cup of tea. Maybe knight takes e6 followed by e5, and after knight e5, knight e4 could be an interesting possibility, kicking the knight away from f6 and going with the queen onto the king side, but he opted for bishop e3, and now it just transposes into some Taimanov defenses with a3 by White. After castles, now we're just waiting for his move. If he plays bishop d3. It's going to transpose into the system bishop d3 with a little bit more or less useful a3 idea. If you go with f3 followed by queen d2, you usually shouldn't be afraid of bishop b4 in those positions, so a3 shouldn't benefit you so much. If you opt for something else, definitely he just opted for this a3, so let's see what's the idea and the background behind this opening choice. So that's another thing. And let's move on to the next game. Predke just made castle, so it's all very, very theoretical. But before that, let me just get back to the game between Sargsyan and his opponent. For some reason, yes, let's go with this one. So Sargsyan went with knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and played knight c3. It's very interesting. We have like the same number of games in both knight c3 approach against this modern setup by black, or g3 going into the Catalan. So Sargsyan after bishop b4, almost all these guys nowadays mainly opt for a Ragozin defense with the black pieces. One of the main options is c takes d5 followed by bishop g5. Although just like in yesterday's game where Vuk Damjanovic played against Sargsyan queen a4, now we have the same approach by Sargsyan, this time with the white pieces. So he goes with queen a4 check, knight c6, and after e3 castle, he brought a queen back all the way to c2. He doesn't want to play like Damjanovic move a3. He goes for something else, but still pretty much the similar approach. What's the benefit of this early queen a4? The thing is that when you play queen a4 in a situation like this, you just threaten both. You just threaten the bishop and the king. So it's under the check, that's the point. You gotta play yourself knight c6, and when you play knight c6, now we have more or less normal type of the game, where they just have problems with a bishop like this. Okay, so in this game after castle, queen c2, he just played c5, which announces his quite a nice queenside game. He wants to play a3. So after b6, it's his turn, and he just has to decide what is he gonna go for. Most likely in this position, he has to go. I say most likely he has to go. He doesn't have to go, but a3 looks like a logical continuation, in which case bishop c3 is forcing line, queen takes c3, and I see knight e4, where you have to bring the queen back to c2 and then try to connect these pawns with b4. At the same time, black might be going with some f5, maintaining the knight into the center of the board with f5. But let's see what is he gonna go for and what's gonna happen there. In the meantime, we have just a small change in Castellanos against Martirosyan. So it's Russell Limo e6, castles, knight g7, rook e1, my favorite line with white pieces. And after a6, an old approach by that Israeli GM Yudasin, used to be bishop c6. He made so many nice wins with this one. But ever since Carlsen beat up his opponent, I forgot who was his opponent for the World Championship title, like approximately 10 years ago. Everybody goes with this. I believe it was Wishianen. So at that time, he played bishop f1, d5. He captured d5, and nowadays queen d5 is just one of the options. In that Carlsen's game was knight d5, where Carlsen just played d4, he just went for the majority attack on the queen side and played a game like that with a pretty nice game. Here, after queen d5, knight c3, we're gonna get back to this game. Kuparadze Guijarro transposed into Nimzo. He transposed into Nimzo. He started with ready opening with knight f3, which is interesting. Then after knight f3, he transferred into the English opening with c4. And after knight c3, bishop b4, he now opted for one of the main lines of the English ready opening that Kramnik liked to play. Here, I was talking about the benefits of not having d4, and I said if you play d4, you just go into some sort of nimzo. After rook e8, he played d4, and he just wants to fight a typical nimzo Indian. The main advantage by white in this game is based on the bishop pair. From another point of view, by placing the rook on e8, black probably wants to play d6 followed by knight bd7. That's exactly what happened in this game. And now we just have to see whether he wants to play b3 or b4. Simple space grabbing move, b4 a little bit more ambitious than b3. Whether he wants to develop the light square bishop with e3 on bishop e2 or on d3, usually it goes on e2. And maybe he just wants to go with g3 followed by bishop g2. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Navara Babazada. Let's take a look at this one. Some interesting moves here were played. So it's neither opening, played positional bishop e2, and a typical neither reaction by black players with e5. Knight b3, bishop e7, g4. That's how I lost to Movsesian in European Championship like approximately 10 years ago. At that time, it was like a brand new idea, and he really crushed me so bad. You certainly know who Sergei Movsesian is, and he was one of the top and leading world players with almost 2750. And at that time, he launched this kingside attack with g4, h6, and this guy went with h4. It's okay. He just wants at some point not only to get some space, but also to break on the king side by pushing the pawn to g5. After bishop e6, played bishop e3, and Navara played knight bd7. So when he played this rook f1, because now he wants to go with g5, otherwise h takes, and the rook on h1 would be hanging. Now Navara played a very interesting idea aimed against g5 by white. So he can't play g5 any longer, although he now played a rook to h1. He's showing that he's absolutely ready to get a draw in this game. So he just says, hey buddy, if you're ready, get back with your knight on f6. I'm once again gonna put my rook on f1. We can make a draw and go to the swimming pool. But let's see what's gonna happen there. So rook h1 defends the pawn on h4. If black takes on h4, queen takes d6. And I suspect that Navara is gonna be happy with the draw, even though Babazada is a young, good player with almost GM rating. But let's see what's gonna happen there. So we're just waiting for black's reaction. And this is a good psychological moment because you just show your opponent that you're happy with the draw. Now, if Navara decides to play, which I believe he's gonna go for, he will just have to. He's got enough experience, and for sure it's not going to oblige him to go and play some crazy chess all of a sudden. And that's what usually club players do. Like if you reject the draw offer, now you immediately gotta mate your opponent. Well, it doesn't work like that. But let's see if he's gonna do something like that, and if he decides to go for more and to play the game, then it is going to be psychologically a little bit maybe more difficult. Yeah, he went for bishop h1, so he decides, okay, I want to play this game. Babazada is going to take on d6. So quite an interesting opening here. To be honest with you, I've never seen this whole approach with the rook f1. Yes, queen takes d6. So it's quite interesting because just like I told you previously, I played against Movsesian 10 years ago, a game like this. He just played with some bishop f3 and queen e2 and crushed me there. Although this is completely different idea. Pushed both of these pawns, brought a rook back to f1, and now went with this. I guess not ambitious enough by white. If you're just offering your opponent to make a draw with the black pieces just like that. So let's go and let's see what's going to happen there. Queen takes d6. Most likely Navarra is going to bring the bishop back to e7. That's exactly what happened. Most likely he's going to bring the queen back to d2. And problem could be, after he brings the queen back to d2, knight from h7 cannot go on f6 because of g5. So let's just see how is Navarra going to solve the problem of this opening. He took the wing pawn for the central pawn, although he opened up the dark square bishop. And another thing in this game could be, is he interested in jumping with that knight on g5 or rerouting that knight over f8 to g6 and f4, winning some dark squares and playing just like in King's India and sacking the pawns? Let's go. This is going to be quite an interesting game. Jules Mussar against Paul Welton. We already saw this game. Once again, just to show you, like a modern Italian with positional d3, a6, c3, and just like I told you that a6 was for either bishop c5 and creating a shelter. Yes, that's exactly what he did. And you know, just to give you like an idea of what to do in these positions, when you go with bishop c5 and bishop a7, then your plan becomes you want to just go with d6, and after d6 you just want to go with knight e7, knight g6, short castle c6, d5, and playing a game like this. With the bishop on a7, short castle d6, knight e7, knight g6, black just builds up a possibly very dangerous position with lots of attacking, aggressive possibilities, so it could be a very interesting plan for all of you who play against this modern setup by white. Let's go to the next one. Kozakovsky against Predke. It's typical Scheveningen position with a3 being played, but a3 could be pretty beneficial for white against Scheveningen because once black goes with queen c7, and a6, b5, but before that he just takes on d4. That's gonna be like the main position of the open Scheveningen variation, and in that case, whenever you play some b5 followed by knight e4, a3 is just one of those necessary moves in order to defend on e4. Okay, next one, Wojtaszek against Bryakin, against another GM game. Wojtaszek applied a very interesting idea with an early h4. So let's take a look at this one. So it's d4, d5, c4, a6, knight c3, and after knight f6, he went with c takes, exchanged variation of the queen's gambit. But here, this guy didn't go for e takes d5, but Bryakin played knight takes d5. After e4, knight c3, b takes, and c5. He's now happy to take on d4, give check on b4, and already exchange the dark square bishops. Well, Wojtaszek said, dream on, man, because after c takes, bishop b4 is no longer possible. And also by placing that rook on b1, it's reminiscent of some variations in Grunfeld defense with an early rook b1. So after he played bishop e7, knight f3, castles, he went with h4. Why h4? It makes perfect sense to go with the attack when there is no knight around the king. So he's just probably willing to go with the bishop on d3, to go with some e5, and possibly to go even for some Greek gift ideas. Of course, it's on lower level. Of course, that this guy with the black pieces is familiar with that, but h4 already announces a very interesting game with lots of interesting and I'd say aggressive prospects by white here, especially since we all know that Wojtaszek likes a calmer type of positions, and here he just goes with h4. So he just pulled out this up his sleeve, and he knows what is he looking for in this game. Quite an interesting game. We'll get back to this one. Let's go to Boris Gelfand against Dimitris Alexakis. Boris Gelfand went with knight f3, then he goes for c4, g3 transposes to Catalan when he played d4. Once again, Catalan opening, and this guy decided to go for more and more popular h6 move. Why that? Because in many of these positions, h6 can be beneficial, sometimes to avoid bishop g5, sometimes to avoid some e4, d takes, knight g5, followed by knight e4 ideas. In general, this h6 could be okay addition for black players. Gelfand played bishop g2, bishop d6, castles. Also, by playing h6, you don't have to place your bishop on a passive e7 square, but he now decides to go with bishop d6. After castles, b3, he's just taking control over the e5 square. So after bishop e2, bishop e7 goes with the knight c3. And why knight c3? Because he's eventually interested in jumping with the knight on e5, in which case bishop on g2 is going to fight against the bishop on b7, and they should be having problems. Also, by posting his knight on c3, he's just getting ready to push e4 and fight for the center, but not yet. So Alexakis played knight bd7, and it's Gelfand's idea. What could be his plan in this position? Could be to play knight b5, harassing that bishop on d6, and afterwards jumping with a knight into the center of the board. What else could be point? He can go back with the knight on d2 at some point and go for e4. And second thing, actually third thing, could be maybe even going with some sort of e3 followed by knight e2 and jumping with the knight on e5. Well, another knight can jump on f4. I believe one of also rook c1 could be a pretty interesting fourth possibility by Gelfand here. So let's just see. Is he going to opt for knight b5, chasing this bishop away and allowing this knight to maintain control in the center? Does he want to go with knight e2 and go for e4, breaking in the center? Another logical thing. Does he want to play e3 followed by knight e2, where the scope of the dark square bishop is going to take control of e5 and being able to jump with the knight on e5, and afterwards knight e2 just jumps on f4? Or he just wants to play hyper solid rook c1 idea that is going to give him c takes d5 followed by knight b5 possibilities. So we're just waiting for his move and his reaction. We'll get back to this one. Let's go. Ivan Šarić, who yesterday scored a crushing win against IM Milošević. He was the first one to finish his game with the white pieces, ex-European champion, one of top favorites in this tournament. Let's take a look at the game. Brendan Clark, and I am from England, against Ivan Šarić, e4, c5, and this guy opted for Sveshnikov. It's not Alpine defense. It's not anymore that common on the highest levels to play the c3, but it's always nice to have this opening. So after d6, d4, knight f6, bishop d3, c takes, and e5. Take a look at Šarić's approach, because he's always perfectly well theoretically prepared. He has these very nice modern ideas, and he just goes for e5, where he just sends his opponent message. Like d5 or whatever. He played knight f3, captured, and played bishop.
To je to.
Čekaj.
Dobro. Samo budite spremni, recimo da smo imali tehničke probleme. To. Spreman?
We've just experienced some technical difficulties, so hope you don't mind. It just happens when you're in live stream. So, quite an interesting move by Brendan Clark. He just went with this knight d on e2 idea. Oops, this is a mistake. So after rook e8, h3, knight d7, very interesting type of the game. So Šarić opted for some sort of dynamic approach against Alapin's system. He also has like 3 pawn islands, while white has a healthier pawn structure, for sure, a little bit more solid than this guy. And another thing about this one is that he just played knight d7. Does he want to go with this knight on e5 or c5? That is going to be a very interesting thing. This position is pretty new to me. Probably he wants to go with some knight c5, go back with the bishop on f8. I was always, when I played this type of games, dreaming of pushing the pawn to d5, but here that's not going to be the case. So we're just going to be waiting for black's plan. But let's just see, and let's just see what is he going to go for first. Let's go with the next one. So Alexei Sarana, who managed to win yesterday, do you remember how hardly he was attempting to win the game, and he managed to do it? It was all the time, and the whole game, he was on the verge of winning or even more on loss. But who doesn't risk? He doesn't get any wins. So basically, he was risking a lot, and it paid off. Nowadays, actually today, he's playing against Burak Firat, GM from Turkey. And let's take a look at the opening here. So after d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, Firat opted for King's Indian, and after bishop e2. I spoke about semi-Auerbach yesterday, how popular it's lately. And here, c5, e5, or knight c6 are 3 main options. Firat opted for c5, d5, play d6, and after knight f3, he captured on d5, and after this move, opted for b5. Whoever knows Chaparinov's latest course and analysis on the King's Indian, he knows that he suggested b5 in this position. Main move is e5. That's exactly what Alexei Sarana did it. And after d takes e5, he opted for bishop c5. After like rook e8, bishop b5, Chaparinov in his analysis suggested knight bd7. And that's exactly what he did. There are 2 options by white here by white. So bishop a3 or bishop e3. He opted for more solid bishop e3, and he played knight to g4, queen to d2, and after e4, knight d4, I can assure you that we're just going to see a crazy game here by both sides with lots of possibly spectacular moves, and this could be a very, very interesting, I'd say, hot theoretical topic here. So, very interesting line, just like I told you. Burak Firat is playing a suggestion by Ivan Chaparinov from his latest course in the King's Indian, and Sarana is always cutting edge prepared. So it's also very interesting to see. Take a look at this one. He knows his stuff. He's just blitzing out his moves, and he's not surprised, even though this variation is completely crazy in terms of moves, sacrifices, and some other type of theoretical novelties. Okay, we'll get back to this game as well. So, Tim Janzel against Kirill Shevchenko. Shevchenko won a convincing game yesterday. He's now Romanian, used to be from Ukraine. So let's go after another Alapin with c3. It's very interesting that these IMs just opt for Alapin's system with the white pieces against Sicilian, and Kirill Shevchenko goes with knight f6. I remember as a Serbian team captain, I was in Olympiad in India and saw so many games with this knight f6 against c3, d5, he takes knight f6. Lately, it's very popular. It's considered to be good against Alpine Sicilians, and knight f6, you're just hesitating whether you want to take by queen on d5 or by knight, or you just, if the guy goes with some sort of like c4, you just want to go with e6 and break the game by sacking the pawn that way. Quite an interesting opening. And after bishop b5, he just went with the knight bd7, and after d4, played a6, bishop e2, took on d5, knight f3, and played e6. Of course, I apologize, just like any other Sicilian Alpine player, he goes with c4, and he's ready to fight with the pawn majority on the queen side. So after c4, knight f6, castles, queen c7, knight c3, white has relatively stable type of the game, and this is going to be interesting to see what's going to happen and how is Shevchenko going to deal with this white's approach. Quite a good opening from both sides, and another modern game. Once again, for all of you, welcome to the second round of the European Chess Championship. Here, we're just analyzing top 90 boards. I'll try to, and I'll make sure to check almost all these top 90 games, and just be patient, and you're going to be able to see your players and your favorites as well. So let's go to the next one. So it's Nair against Oliver Kurman. Do I feel another butcher the Sicilian thing here? e4, c5, knight f3, e6, knight c3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight d4, castle a6, bishop d3. For all of you who are familiar with my Chessable course, I covered this in my Chessable course. I believe that also Gavain Jones did in his course as well. Against knight c6, I already played so many games with b3, and b3 is just an option that I used against Motilev and against Kacper Piorin. So after b3, g6, that's exactly what Motilev played against me, and e5. That wasn't my move. And of course, if Nair does it, then it's a very interesting improvement and could be a very, very nice theoretical game. After e5, bishop g7, rook e1 over supports the pawn, d6 breaks, and after knight f6 goes, he's going to go with, he might be going with bishop a3 or bishop e2, depending on circumstances. So let's just see what he's going to go for. He's taking more time out of the opening, and this is going to be another interesting game. Nair won a very convincing game yesterday, if you remember that razor attack on the queen side. Okay, let's move on to the next one. So we've just seen this one. This is Cheparinov against Stefansson Vignir. Cheparinov played e4, a5, Rai Lopez and his opponent played boring Berlin variation. And it's not about only boring Berlin variation, but after knight e4, d4, he just captured on c6. And why did I call it boring? Because they just swap off the queens like this, and they're just checking this one. So the thing is, after like king d8, you just go with, he just went with h3, possibly afterwards in a middle game on the king side, he'd like to go with some knight c3, knight a2, maybe even some g4, followed by king g2, king g3. He would just like to connect his pawns being stretched from e5, f4, g4 to h3. That's some, in general, that should be the plan for white. After knight c3, h5, fighting against that g4, bishop f4, bishop e7, rook to d1, bishop e6. Very complicated type of position for both sides. Rook h6, rook h to e1 and h4. Then he played knight to e4, bishop d5. I'm expecting some b3 followed by c4, fighting against that bishop, but usually white shouldn't avoid the like simplifications in this type of the game, and he should be okay with them because it just makes his game being a lot easier afterwards, since black is the one who's got kind of already harmed like a pawn structure. Let's go to next one, Bronstein or against Etienne Bacra. Bacra, I guess this was Slav defense, but let's see if I'm right. D4, D5, C4, knight F3, and E3 with a bishop F5. Yes, I was right. This was Slav defense with the bishop F5. This E3 that was Kramnik. Kramnik was using this in that match against Topalov for the World Championship title. One of the most solid approaches by white. So after knight C3, E6, knight H4, chasing the light square bishop away, taking it and playing and hoping to be able to somehow take advantage of the bishop pair. After queen B3, queen C7, bishop D2, you can never take on H2 as long as B7 is hanging. So after knight B7, C takes. Usually when knight comes on D7, you play C takes, you can play rook C1. He played long castle. He didn't go for that rook C1, A5, queen C2, and Etienne Bacra decided to take the pawn, rook H2, queen H2, and played A3. So what's the point here? He just decided to take the pawn, to take the challenge. From another point of view, white should have certain amount of compensation because he's got a bishop pair, and still black hasn't castle. I believe relatively interesting position. He probably has to go with some E4. That's what he did with F3, B5, and it's his turn now. I'm pretty sure Etienne Bacra is familiar with this position, and he knows what he's doing. But I also have to say that I wouldn't mind playing with black pieces, because when you're black and you grab pawn without like obvious compensation, you should be happy with that, and you're just playing a game more or less that is okay with the black pieces. It depends on your approach in the game, of course, but I'm just saying I wouldn't mind playing this position with the black pieces. Okay, no more moves here. Nils Grandelius against Willow. So what happens there? Nils played E4, played bishop E2. Very interesting. He was always very creative out of his openings. This bishop E2 could be a very surprising move, but at the same time, he might be going with some D4 afterwards and going with almost the main lines there. So after bishop E2, knight C6, castles, knight C3, and D5. Just like you see, he's fighting against D4 now, but he gives up the light squares and the D5 outpost. He now played bishop C4, and after bishop E7, it's his turn. What could be his plan? To play D3, and when he plays D3, afterwards, just to go with something like knight D2, for example, D3, to go knight D2, for example, D6, knight D2, castles, you just go with the rook E1, and you just want to go with the knight F1 and knight D3, going after the D5 square. I'm just saying that could be one of the options there, and that could be his opening. Quite an interesting thing, and we'll get back to this game and see what did he play there. Then another game. We're now experiencing some problems, and we can't open it up for a moment. Just a moment, I'm having problems to open these games. El mismo se lo prendo. ¿Es directo? Okay, so we're gonna make a break because for some reason I can't upload the game here, and we're just experiencing some problems. Sorry because of that, and we'll get back in like a couple of minutes. Thanks. Šta je ovo piču? Jebati su se nešto da nas događa upišu.
Ovo nisam očekivao. Ne znam ni šta je. Iskren da ti budem.
Šta bi mogo da budeš sam vuko poteze na onaj tabli? Neću da radim to.
Šta je bilo kad bi vuko poteze na tabli?
Pa evo vidio sam, vuko sam.
Na, to je, na.
Evo gle ovdje, samo ću sad ćemo. Evo, to je partija koju sam vuko. I sad sam ja vuko. Evo gle. D3, D6. Ovo su moji pazi, piši your moves. Evo, ovo ti pišeš ovdje sa strane. I'll double check.
To je kao...
Dobro, i ajde sad idemo na sljedeću.
Ma se vraćam odmah.
Aj brate, da radimo da posle kada...
Ja sam za.
Reci mi samo kad.
Dobro, moment. Krećem za 5 sekundi, ja.
Thanks for your understanding. We just experienced some problems in uploading some games. So here we're just checking a typical Ray Lopez type of the game, where Tor Frederick Kasson is playing Anton Korobov. So let's see, probably it was okay. So it was Ray Lopez, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, bishop e7, rook e1. It was the main line here. If you remember, you can always go with castle and go with d5 martial defense. c3, castles, and h3, aimed against bishop g4, and he just wants to fight for the d4 afterwards. So after like bishop e7, it's Zaitsev variation, d4, rook e8, knight g5. Frederick Kasson is happy with the draw, and Anton Korobov changes, and he plays h6, saying, okay, man, you got a deserved draw today, and he doesn't want to repeat the moves, even though he's black. And this is the second time these rating favorites rejected draw offers by repeating moves out of the opening. First time we had in game of Navarra against Babazada. So after h6, knight bd2, rook e8, knight f1, typical knight journey onto the king's side, typical knight a5 to go with, chase away the light square bishop and break in the center with this knight a5 followed by knight c4, breaking on the queen's side with a4, c6, this one, b3, kicking the knight away, playing a5 with tempo, and he just solidified these knights. So after bishop e3, c5, d5, taking the space, and g6. Just like you see, already both of these guys played 21 moves. It's not a fully theoretical position, but it's pretty typical type of the Ray Lopez. Both of these guys are more or less familiar with his ideas. Black would like to eventually break with some f5 in the center, while white has to do the same by removing the knight from f3 and breaking with f4 and taking the f-file this way. So that's going to be his intention and his idea in this position. So after g6, we're just waiting for the white's move, and this is going to be a long-lasting theoretical and I would say strategic battle between these two guys. So let's go to Ponomarev against Čabarkapa. Čabarkapa, one of the better youngsters in Serbia. Ponomarev, we shouldn't spend our words on the ex-world champion. He made a pretty nice win yesterday playing black. So here Ponomarev is white against Čabarkapa, e4, a5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, and Čabarkapa, just like always, he goes with his more or less original attempts, this time with d6. After knight c3, bishop e7, d4, they just play some sort of filigree defense. So after knight d5, knight b8, played h3, and Ponomarev opts for a good position with a little bit more space, relatively easy game on the queen side. Probably he wants to do some a4 and a5 afterwards. Castles, castle, c6, and that's exactly what he did. He's got a nice control of the game. He's enjoying a little bit more space, and white seems to be a little bit better in this type of the game. Although I don't see any structural weaknesses in Black's game either. He might be going with some a5 in some of these moments. He shouldn't be taking on d5 because unless he's got like moves that are going to cover well this d5 square and the center itself. Let's go to the next one. So it's the game between Andres Souza and Santos Jaime Latasa. Andres Souza went with d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, and played bishop f4. We all know this as a London system. So after c5, but it's not a typical London until the moment when Black plays d5. So knight bd2, h6, threatening some knight h5 without bishop g5. So he plays h3, securing the position for the bishop, plays d5, goes with c3, and exchanging the dark square bishop. When he took on c5, bishop c5, bishop e2, castles, castles, rook e8, b4, now exchanging, but he wants to go with c4, and c4 is going to fight against e5 and e4, and e5 and e4 are typical Black ideas with kicking some, actually getting some space in the center on the king side and kicking that knight away with some e4. Here, when you play b5, you just want to remove the knight, and also you want to play c4 next. So it's a relatively okay position for White for now. Let's go for Donchenko against Nevednici. Donchenko yesterday beat one of the strongest women in Serbia, Adela Velikic. He's in great shape. Right before this, he won another tournament. So he's one of the guys who's certainly competing for the top places and medals in the tournament. So Donchenko went for knight f3, c4, just like you see most of these guys first do knight f3 and then they go with c4, deciding whether they want to play some d4 systems or not. Here he went with the main line against the King's Indian, and after e5 decided to go with this. Nevednici, Romanian GM with a very original style, good tactical player, plays a little bit less common h6. Lately, it got some popularity in the King's Indian. That's not my cup of tea, but that's very interesting move lately. So after h6, rook e1. By the way, that h6 is aimed against, first of all, he wants to, it's aimed against some bishop g5, against some knight g5, wants to give him some other type of possibilities. For example, after d takes, there is no more queen d8, rook d8, bishop g5. Also, in some other circumstances, when White goes with d5, White won't be having knight g5, knight e6, typical king side ideas of weakening the light squares. So after rook e1, knight bd7, rook b1, rook e8, he plays d5. D5 is usually, we spoke about that yesterday, usually it's a very nice move when the rook is on e8, because once the center is blocked, the main idea by Black has to be to break on the king side with f5. And when you want to break on the king side with f5, then you need your rook on f8. That's why I'm telling you, when you see that your opponent goes with rook e8, then d5 is pretty much justifiable. And a5. That won't change the White plan. With the rook on b1, he certainly wants to go b3 followed by a3 and b4. But here he doesn't even need b3 to go with b4. He immediately can go with, actually he cannot. On a3, Black would play a4. So he does have to play b3 first. And after knight c5, bringing the bishop back to f1 to overprotect e4, and kicking that knight away and getting some space on the queen side, followed by a3 and b4. Next one, Fogel against Nguyen. Quite an interesting position. Let's see what I'm seeing here. I'm okay with from Black's point of view. Let's see c4, knight f6, knight f3. It's very interesting. Out of probably 6 or 7 games so far, these White players went with the knight f3 and c4. And then they're just deciding whether they want to play d4 or not. So after d4, d5, knight c3, c6, e3, knight bd7, and goes with bishop e2. Well, bishop e2 is just one of the options. So you have bishop d3, you have queen c2 followed by g4, you have queen c2 followed by either bishop e2 or bishop d3. Here, Fogel opted for bishop e2, bishop d6, castles, castles, and b3. Nguyen goes with knight e4, knight e4, knight e2, f5, and somehow I like his position. Somehow I like his position because it looks pretty interesting from Black's point of view, and he might be going with possibly with some attack on the king's side, such as breaking in the center with d5 at some point, but here not because of bishop c4, of course, but maybe rook f6, rook h6, and maybe bringing first knight onto the king's side and then doing some other kinds of reactions. Okay, next one could be Benjamin Gledura against Harry Greve. Gledura, this is nothing else but, as far as I see, Caracan. So, no, it's French. It's d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5. Nowadays, e5 is a little bit more popular. Gledura, and this guy goes with h6. He is absolutely top prepared when it comes to his opening. Perhaps I'm talking about the black guy, Harry Greve. Lately, I've noticed lots of his games in these popular openings. So after bishop f6, queen f6, white went with a3. Yes, I remember when a guy on my YouTube channel asked me to make a video in this gambit for black. And he said, Maya, that could be a very interesting opening and a gambit for black when you just sack a pawn. But here, Gledura, he's not so childish to go for this gambit, and he goes with a3. He doesn't want to give black such a privilege to play the gambit. After queen d8, plays knight f3, c6, bishop d3, takes by knight, placing the queen on e2 and going for long castle. After queen c7, bringing the knight back and preparing for what? Preparing for, after he puts the king on b1, for knight f5, for knight h5, for rook h to e1, for c4 and d5 break. A lovely opening, I'd say, solution to black's attempt to play the gambit. A very interesting one, and I just have to say, another interesting game in terms of theory. We all have like such a high hopes for Alexander Ingic in this tournament. He's playing another very solid GM, Tornike Sanikidze from Georgia. Used to be 25-50 for many, many years. Now he dropped a little bit, but he's always like very good. So after d4, knight f6, c4, a6, Ingic opted for this modern approach. If knight c3, he would be going with Nimzo. Since the guy played knight f3, he just goes with this. After knight c3, played a6. India likes this kind of side alliance. This is very popular, one with a6. Russians, especially Andreikin, included this a6. Then Carlsen played like a whole bunch of lines at some point with a6. An idea is to take on c4 and to defend this pawn with b5. So after a6, white has to take. He takes d5, bishop g5, and you play bishop e6. At some point, this variation was put under a big suspicion because of queen b3 line, but after that, they just found lines with rook a7 and b6, and they just found the decent positions for black in those openings. So after a3, knight bd7, bishop d3, he goes with bishop d6, queen c2, c6, bishop h4, h6, bishop g3, and plays queen c7. After h3, rook c8, it's quite an interesting fight because both of these guys are just hesitating with castle. So now Sanikidze played castle, Ingic also plays castle, and played rook to b1. I remember played against Grandmaster Dvirny in European Rapid Championship. He went with something like knight to e2 here. Okay, we've just seen a move by Sanikidze, rook fc1. He wants to go with b4, a4, and b5, which will lead to a typical minority attack by white, where he just attempts to break on the queen side by playing b5. Okay, so this is Indic's game. Just like I said, top Serbian player, including now with Pretke. He's the guy who is always like with lots of experience against stronger guys. We all have like very high expectations from him in this tournament, and let's just see, Pretke, Indic, and Ivic are our biggest hopes in this tournament. I'm talking about like these 100 players from Serbia, and these are like top 3 favorites. So Indic already has like kind of solid position here. I'd say roughly equal, and after Rook FC1, he just has to maneuver a lot and show a great patience in this type of games. This move is also aimed against some, for example, an interesting idea by black could be some c5, even though it creates an isolated pawn on d5, but he just wants to benefit from having the rook on c8 and going with the axe raise against the queen on c2, so that could be one thing. But let's just see, he's playing this game pretty fast, he's familiar with his stuff, and he knows what he's doing here. Let's go to the next one. We'll get back to most interesting game. Rachmanov against Royal from England. Rachmanov went with d4, Nimzo Indian, then he transposed into the Queen's Gambit Orthodox. One of the main lines played this a3, rook c1. He now decided when the b6 was played to capture on f6. Why? Because when he takes on d5 and this bishop comes on b7, it's not going to have like a full scope and activity on b7. He goes with queen f3. And just like you see, once again, Rachmanov goes with a very original type of the game. Plays bishop c4, c6, bishop goes back to b3, playing h3, securing the bishop g4 ideas, and queen on f3. So this is his approach. I absolutely have no doubts that he wants to do some sort of battery on the king, against the king on g8. So some bishop c2. I absolutely have no doubts that he wants to do knight g on e2 followed by knight f4. That he might be going with g4, h4, and g5, but that could be a crazy approach. He also likes like a very solid type of the game. So knight g on e2, knight b4, and maybe just short castle, or if knight a6, maybe first a3 to fight against that knight before at any point, and then continuing with his kingside actions. Okay, we've seen this one. Let's go to Gimpu against Manuel Petrosian. Aha, I know this position. I've been analyzing this lately. E4, a5, knight c3, knight f6, and after h3. This one is Anish Giri's move. Anish Giri was the one who launched, I believe, back to 2014 in a London Classic against Kramnik, and he even scored 2 wins and 1 draw. H3 is a very interesting move. He's just waiting and wants to see the black's reaction. I believe the best move is d5. That's exactly what Manuel Petrosian played. E takes, knight takes, bishop e5 threatening on e5. This one to go with a d4 in the center. Bishop d6, castles, castles. Rook e1, rook e8, d4, bishop d7, plays bishop g5, and after queen c8, took on e5. Looks like a pretty good position for white. I don't know why Manuel Petrosian played queen c8. He was getting ready for some bishop h3 ideas, I guess. But he could have gone with f6 at this point as well. He played queen c8, d takes c5. Let's see. If knight e5, bishop d7, knight d7 is necessary because queen d7 loses the piece after knight e5. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen there. Okay, d takes c5. Quite an okay game for white, looks like. Okay, Shan Sargsyan against Eitan Rosen. So Shan Sargsyan, who won a very nice game yesterday, ex-world junior champion, knight f3, d5, g3, g6. They just entered into the Grunfeld fianchetto, and c3. An extremely tough to crack opening by white. Goes with hyper solid c3, a5, a4, c6, and we have absolutely symmetrical position up to this moment. Sargsyan decided not to play bishop f5, but went with the queen b6, knight b2, bishop f5, rook to a3. You can't take because of rook to b3, it would trap the queen. You can't here take queen b2 because you're in risk to lose that queen. I'm just checking how after queen b2. Probably some, I don't know, I'm just checking here. What's the way? Maybe some, not even knight b3, queen c3, bishop d2, queen c4, knight e5, but I see queen a6. So I'm absolutely not sure what should be the move after queen b2 here. I'm just sure that if Sargsyan didn't take it, it's not for taking. On this queen b2, rook to b3, queen c2 is a possibility, but in that case he would just exchange and take on b7, which would give him a more pleasant type of middle game. So after knight bd7, went with knight h4, kicking the bishop away, bringing the knight back. And here, very interesting. Very interesting. White doesn't want to repeat the moves. We still don't know if Sargsyan wanted to repeat the moves and was satisfied with the draw, but he just decided to go with h3. So after knight e4, now played knight h4, and we have a current position. I'd say this is very interesting one. A position with lots of possibilities on both sides. I'd say it's an unclear game, although Black is hoping for some g5 at the moment. e4 is hanging, but he's also having some interesting thing in case of, for example, knight e4, d takes e4, bishop e4, h3 is hanging, so you can't take the knight on e4. He's threatening some g5. He wants to maybe maintain control of the center and the knight on e4 by pushing the pawn to f5. This is quite an interesting possibility here. Let's move on with these games. Nijat Abbasov, he managed to win yesterday after quite a difficult game against Bodiroga. This is one of the main openings in Zagreb variation of King's Indian. It was fianchetto King's Indian with g3, bishop g2, castles. Okay, so knight c6, d5, knight a5, and b3, he just went with c5, bishop b2, a6, castles, rook b8. Main idea by Black is to break on the queen side with b5, create some weakness on c4, and go after the b file and play like this. So after like queen c1, he's just overprotecting the bishop on b2, so he doesn't want to have any problems. Usually that queen goes on c2. So after like bishop h6, he now safeguards the bishop on b2 and queen on c1 by pushing this pawn on f4. b takes, e5, and it's pretty challenging situation. Because now it's white's turn. To be honest, I don't see anything wrong with Black's position, because this is exactly what Black is hoping for in these positions. From another point of view, I am absolutely sure that White shouldn't complain about his opening outcome here either, because according to engines, these positions are always okay for White, because White has a nice control of the center, and this is okay, for sure slightly better for White. Okay, so we have Ram Sofer against Vladislav Kovalev. d4, knight f6, this modern bishop f4. Now they are just transposing into a London system. Played c3, knight c6, and after all this, he just have to, after knight e5, this brought the knight back to d3 and played the g3. Very solid system for White. I also don't see anything wrong for Black there. Bishop g2, bishop a6, knight b3, and bishop c4. somehow I wouldn't say that white should be having some special advantage here, but I don't see any problems for black either. Black should be okay with this game. He's playing against extremely tough London system, but here I don't see any special advantage or thing to hope for afterwards for white. So it's okay, pretty much okay position for black. Rothstein Maxim playing white against international master from Serbia, Miloš Stanković. So let's take a look at this one. Miloš went for Benoni, and Maxim Rothstein decided to play line with the bishop f4 and e3 and h3. This variation was very popular like 10 years ago. It was considered to be one of those refutations against the Benoni defense. Of course, that wasn't the case. But at that time, it was scoring really well for white. Nowadays, it's a little bit different situation. Black found some paths and the ways to do it there. But after 98, bishop e2, knight e7, Miloš played knight e5, knight e2. What is important for white in general in this type of position? Not to exchange pieces. Because the more you exchange, the easier and better game black should be having there. So after knight e5, he just put the knight back on d2, goes with f5 and wants to play some g5, played bishop d7, a4, knight c7, rook e1, a6. He wants to go with b5. Quite an interesting game, because all the time, white needs to somehow kick the knight away from e5, mainly by playing f4 and kicking that knight away. Second thing could be to jump with the knight back to c4 and control the center, but eventually he just wants to break along the e-file by playing and by breaking some e4 at some point. That's one thing. Another thing in this position could be that in the case of something like yeah, you see, he wants to go a6. Now, white always has to decide whether he wants to play a5, and in case of knight b5, some knight a4, knight b6, whether he wants to play f4 followed by knight c4. Those are interesting positions. Okay, so we just have to go with the next one. Stanković has relatively okay position with the black pieces. So it's position Gurel Ediz against Alexander Motilev. All these Turkey kids and youngsters, they're mainly coached by Grandmaster Dragan Šolak, and I can see his stamp in this game as well. This was like the Rai Lopez exchanged, bishop b5, a6, and you see Dragan Šolak, Grandmaster, he was ex-Serbian player, nowadays playing for Turkey Federation. He used to be one of the best Rai Lopez exchange players in the world, and he always takes on c6 and afterwards grinds you down and win like numerous of nice games with the white pieces. He nowadays teaches all these kids and his students. After he takes, knight takes d4, bishop d7, and the general principle, like Robert James Fisher used to say, is just go for the pawn majority on the king side, and the more you exchange, the better and easier game you should be having. So after bishop e3, bishop b4, keeping the healthy pawn structure, knight e7, a3, bishop d6, and knight a4. So after f5, knight c3, rook d on e8. To be honest with you, I don't see any problems for black in this position, so I wouldn't be fully happy with white's game, because bishop pair is on the black side. He's enjoying like pretty much opening up the game, but okay, as long as white doesn't have any structural weaknesses either, this could be a game in full control for white as well. Let's go with Rasmus Svane against Cvetan Stoyanov. Rasmus beat yesterday Marcetic. Nowadays today he plays e4. O'Kelly O'Kelly variation by black, and one of the best reactions by white against O'Kelly is c3. After c3, d5, he captured d4, and what do we have on the board here? We have Alapin Sicilian with a6 that is not looking good for black. So a6 is just one of those, I'd say, this O'Kelly variation is exactly suspicious because of this c3 move. So after knight f6, bishop e3, c takes. Now we just have one of the main type of positions characteristic for the Alapin defense itself, where white just enjoys clear tempo up in comparison to the main lines because a6 doesn't benefit black players at all. Okay, let's go with the next one. So it's Quentin Loiseau against Daniel Vocaturo. I know this position, and I already kind of like this one for, let's just take a look at this one. The e4, a5, it's Ray Lopez, b5, bishop c5, Arkhangelsk line by black. So after a4, rook b8, c3, d6, d4, bishop b6, a5. By the way, don't be surprised. Knight cannot take on a5 because e5 is hanging. If bishop a5, then d5, and you win a piece. So after bishop a7, h3, bishop b7, bishop e3. I played against Nikola Radovanovic in Serbian finals like 2 months ago, line like this, and he played some rook to a8, Carlsen's idea. Here, after knight e4, Vocaturo always liked like open games with lots of tactical possibilities on board. Bishop g5 goes after the knight on e4. Now the bishop on b7 defends the knight. Knight bd2 and plays d5. It looks so terrifying for black at first glance, but there was no way for white to take advantage of that. Even though it looked terrifying, now it looks pretty much okay for black. I wanted to say it was looking absolutely fine for white, but I'm not of that opinion. I don't want to say that black is just better, but I don't see a special advantage for white in this position. So another nice Arkhangelsk game by black. Kuzubov, Wadsworth Matthew. Let's go with this one. So d4, d5, Slav defense, one of the main lines. He went with the knight h4, went on to win the bishop pair, played e3, won that pawn back on c4, and plays a very healthy type of the game. He just wants to somehow open up the game and take advantage of the bishop pair. After like rook c8, king h1, c5, takes there in order to keep the healthy pawn structure. Just like you see, Kuzubov is looking to open up the game and to give his pieces activity. It's going to be pretty interesting because I very much like Kuzubov and his game approaches. Also, his openings, his style is very difficult, and he's usually very resourceful in positions where everybody thinks that he possibly doesn't have anything, but he's really, really doing good. Okay, I'm gonna check just one more game, and then we'll make a break. So Max Varverdam against Olga Badelka. Varverdam won yesterday fairly easy. He beat Ivanovic because a youngster from Serbia blundered a pawn early in the opening. Here, Badelka went for Nimzo defense. He went for these knight f3 fourth move, castles, bishop g5. That is very annoying for Nimzo Indian players. I am the one, and I know how annoying it is when you play this type of positions and when the bishop is just on h4 or on g5 pinning your knight, and you already committed yourself with the bishop there. She played c5, captured, played d5, rook c1, brought the bishop back to e7, and very interesting c5 move. An idea of c5 is to get some queenside space followed by b4, but actually Varverdam also wants to go with bishop b5, give it up for the knight, and afterwards with knight e5 enjoy full control of the center and game on the queen side. Okay, the thing is, After c5, he just wants to go bishop b5 there. There is also an option of playing bishop d3, which backs up the idea of knight e4 by black. But let's just go there. So after c5, knight e4, he captured and played bishop e2. Another interesting possibility could be bishop d3, followed by knight e2, putting the knight back on e2 and leaving the knight on e4 untouched. He went with bishop e2. She wants to go and break with e5. That's what she did, and this is the game that we're having on the board. Badelka is doing good in this position. I don't see any special problems. She managed to break with e5. She also did a wing type of attack on a5. It's quite good for black in this position. Let me just see if I can check just one more game, just to see how many boards do we have here. So pretty big number of games we've checked so far, 33. Let's go for 35 games, and that should be all before our first break. And right after that break, I'm gonna have the first guest in this commentary. It's gonna be president of the Serbian Chess Federation, Mr. Dragan Lazic. So let's go with a takes b4. Varverdam has to take on b4. Yeah, exactly. And will Badelka take on e5? Will she first take on c3 or even go with some crazy b6? Probably she's going to take on e5 in this position. But I don't see problems for Varverdam as well, because he can just push b5, c6, creating a passed pawn afterwards. Next one, Nigalidze against Bernatsky. Bernatsky yesterday played a crazy game. He was much better, then lost, then once again get back into winning position against Pasic. So this is interesting one. Nigalidze goes with c takes, knight c3, and usually this is inaccurate order of moves with c takes d4, c takes d5, and knight c3, because it gives black an option of playing bishop f5. h6, Bernatsky opts for an interesting line that doesn't allow bishop g5 to white. Bishop d6, exchanging the dark square bishops. And I just have to say that I don't see any problems for black in a game like this. So after c5, knight c5, castles, bishop g4, goes with a6, taps any knight db5, bishop f5, because white goes with a very logical approach. Let's just exchange some pieces, because the more we exchange, the weaker pawn on d5 should be. But here, after knight e6, queen d3, Bernatsky played rook e8, took on d4, brought a knight back, and now he's two knights, and the fact that he's got a passed pawn, he's not, he doesn't have to complain about it, because he can just go with some sort of counter attack on the king side. After knight e5, queen d1, rook d8, supporting that passed pawn, I mean isolated pawn, sorry, and he just wants to go with some d4, breaking there could be one of his main ideas. Black looks okay here, he doesn't have any problems. And finally, Darda against Fatalieva. Darda won a convincing game yesterday, so today he's once again another guy who went for ready opening. Then he went into the ready type of games. Lately, I've seen lots of games like this. C takes, and now h4. It reminds me of some of these bullet players who go with this system. Very interesting opening for white. After h4, takes back by bishop, overprotects, and wants to go with the knight g5. After bishop c3, d takes, he's getting ready for rook d1, bishop d3, and knight g5. And knight c6, bishop d3, f5, and opens up the game. Queen c7, he captured, and this looks better for white. If e takes, I can see some long castle, bishop c4, knight g5 ideas. So this looks pretty much okay for white. All things considered, we've checked like first and top 35 boards. We'll get back in like approximately 20 minutes, half an hour. So then we're just gonna bring our first guest, and after that, we'll just get back to the analysis of these games. See you later, guys. Stay tuned. Platio sam mu njemu sam platio pošteno, fin čovek. Pa dobro, znači, sad bez zaznjeno, pa su slobodni pa to je, onda ne može, onda ništa nećemo da porazgovaramo.
Možda si vidim ruku.
Nisam imao. Ne, to definitivno ne može da bude slučaj. To definitivno ovdje slučaj nije.
Sad igramo na ponos.
Hello guys, welcome back to the broadcasting of the World European Championship 2023 here in Serbia. I got a big pleasure and satisfaction to host President of the Serbian Chess Federation, Mr. Dragan Lazic, the guy who definitely raised the level of top chess in Serbia ever since he became president of our chess federation. He established the regular Serbian Opens once a year. Then he came up with great financial support for national teams, women's and men's national teams, and best young players. He also brought us Grand Prix for the first time in Serbia after many years, and also many top tournaments, and brought up so many good players. The impact of your presidency is pretty big. Welcome.
Thank you, Miodrag, for your invitation. It's nice. It's my pleasure to be here, and also your job here is great, as I could see yesterday. What to tell about our results? We work hard, as you know. Also, we have a team. I can compare, as you are very good as coach of national team with player. Also, we have the same way of our work as I am some kind of coach of our organizational team. We have very good guys, very expert in this kind of job. We have well-known people in chess world, worldwide. Also arbiters, organizers, and other. And it is not much hard for me to be leader of that kind of team.
That sounds very humble.
Yes.
But it's nice. It's nice, and I can say as a Serbian team captain and head coach that you did a great job, and that definitely the chess has started moving up in Serbia, and thank you for that on behalf of all the chess fans in Serbia. So could you tell us how satisfied are you with the organization here?
I want to say few sentences in general. You know, Serbia and former Yugoslavia and this region have a nice chess history, and it is some kind of our obligation to try to repeat or to make some results like we had. And we are not satisfied finally with our result. Current results are only step to final our goals. And we maybe that we now have better results in organization than in chess tournaments. I can say that. And but our potential, our capacity, our chess players have capacity to make very big improvement and better results in near future. As we talk about current tournament, European Championship, I'm very satisfied. Today is second day, but everything is performing very nice. We have a very great team, leading by Dusan Radovanovic and other, and I didn't see any problem in organization, in functioning, in daily functioning. Also, players are satisfied, as I see, and I hope everything will be nice. Serbia has good chess history in organization side, and we are known in world. Also, thank you European Chess Union and President Asmar Pelashvili in trusting us and to give us to be host of this kind of tournament.
Yeah, speaking of that, you just mentioned, I was about to ask you about the connections between Serbia Chess Federation and European Chess Union. Are you satisfied with the connection in general?
Yes, we are aware that we should have a good connection also with both World Association FIDE and European Federation, and we have a very careful stand with them, and they see that, and we are great partners. I hope that we will in future make higher and higher results tournament, and that we want challenges, and we will see what we can make in future.
So the level of cooperation is going to be good, hopefully, for both sides. And who are your top favorites in this tournament?
I am satisfied previously that we have a very strong tournament. We have all European the best players, and it is very important for us to have them here. As we have many great players above 2065, and also we have our players. I hope that some of our players will be in top 5. I hope maybe our new member of national team, Alexander Pretke. He is 6th seeded player, yes, and also our top players, Injic. He is my favorite, also Ivic, and we will see. We give them all our support. They are very serious in their preparations, and we are daily in contact, and we will see.
So those three guys, Pretke, Inčić, and Ivic, amongst 100 players from Serbia, because we have, of course, the most and the massive, participation here. Also, since I know you're also a chess player yourself, can you tell us a little bit about your chess experience, career? How do you see these games? Do you like the quality?
Yes, if I know to move pieces, I can say that I am a chess player. It's classification. I like chess. It's my hobby. I'm in chess all my life from my young age, but I'm not. I didn't have important capacity for high levels, and I play chess daily online. It's blitz games, and if I have 5 minutes free, I will play 5-10 minutes. I will play one game, and maybe that it is my wish which I cannot fulfill because of my professional duties. But maybe that in future I will play more often.
Just out of curiosity, our president is around 2100, so once again, he was being very humble. Speaking and connecting these things with something that you mentioned, can you tell me something about your professional career as well?
Yes, I am in area of finance. It is it's on some way connected with chess.
It's great for chess.
It's figures. Yes, I am in figures whole days. I like my job very much. It's my profession. I achieved good levels in profession in the area of finance, and I'm satisfied with that. But it needs much time to spend in that area to be successful. And I am type of man which want to take challenge, to be in few bests, and because of that I'm same in chess or same in my professional, but profession is profession, you know. Chess is not my profession, and generally I'm very satisfied, and I don't have free time absolutely, because it's very difficult to connect everything in one day, and chess organization and my profession, but I'm optimistic in general.
Well, it's reasonable, and we wish you the best of luck in your presidency as a Serbian, as a president of the Serbian Chess Federation in your professional career. And for the end of conversation, could you tell us about some plans for in the future for Serbian Chess Federation and chess fans in general?
Yes, I like to talk about that topic. I can see our chess on better level in next years. We make many serious steps. You mentioned some of them in your entrance of our conversation. We will have, you know, financial situation is one of bases of our chess life of Serbian Chess Federation. We are, I can say, a very solid and stable organization in that way, and also mostly all our budgets spend to support players. Chess players in Serbia, in my period of managing, is in focus, is on first level, top level, and everything what we do is in that direction. How to support our players more, how to make more money, how. Because I want to have medals in chess in Serbia. It is our final goal to have medal in Serbian chess. I also promise that to our authorities, because Serbia is a sport country. Serbian government supports sport very much. Chess have a position as we have results. When we will have a medal, we will have a stronger support, and success, you know, success is way for next successes and for stronger support. And the financial side is very important. We are very stable, and I hope that our leading chess players can make highest achievements in the near future, and it is our main goal. Also, we should be stronger and stronger in organization. I'm very satisfied with my team, with people that are in my team, and we can make stronger and stronger in next future. Also in our office, and I cannot say that there is much space for improvement, because we are very serious now. This tournament also shows some that kind of picture, and we only have to follow next steps, higher and higher, and we will see. As you are very successful in your position in our chess federation, also we will be on same level in our organization.
Well, thank you so much. I'd like to wish you the best of luck in your presidency and leading of the Serbian Chess Federation. Let's just hope for the best results. Speaking of that, even Pretka's coming here, and his appearance right now in the Serbian team hopefully is going to bring us even more in terms of competition for chess players, for sure. And all the best in your professional career and even in your chess career.
Thank you very much. I will finalize with my expectation that Serbia will be host of one of next Olympiad, maybe in this decade, and also to make with our government house of Serbian chess. And chess academy. That are our goals for next 5-6 years. That are goals.
So to make the long story short, Chess Olympiad, house chess, and
Academy
Chess
for young,
Academy.
yes. Thank you once again to you.
thank you for being with us here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So, once again, you heard, maybe we're gonna be having like Olympiad in the upcoming years here in Serbia. For sure, we would like to thank to our guest for everything what he did so far for chess in Serbia and in general for chess players. And we're just continuing with the broadcasting of the games. So let's get back to top boards here. So we're just analyzing Sargsyan against Barkov on the first board. Looks pretty Polish. And this is like 7 pawns on both sides. Sargsyan has like maybe a little bit better control of the game, but I don't see anything special in the ways to simply benefiting from this one. The thing is, even some, okay, objectively speaking, this looks pretty much drawish. Let's go on to the next one. It's Castellanos against Haik Maritrosian. Maritrosian played a pretty interesting position here, so let's just a moment. So we're just checking this one. It looks pretty unclear. Maybe in terms of pawn structure, it's also in terms of pawn structure looks unclear because there are like 3 pawn islands on both sides. In terms of the activity, I see maybe a little bit more potential in black's position, but it's one of those unclear positions. Speaking of the weakness here, maybe it's d3 pawn, but by playing his last move, Castellanos is hoping probably for rerouting his knight from e4 to c4 eventually. And that looks like quite a solidifying type of move for white. Although the bishop on b2 doesn't do anything, the bishop on e8 has like, for black, has like a pretty defensive job. Maybe it's a little bit more pleasant type of position for black, but it's one of those unclear positions. Also, keep in mind Maritrosian yesterday played a very interesting and double-edged game where eventually he managed to win and came out as a winner after great tactical play. So he should be pretty familiar with these type of the games, and he should be satisfied there. While I was making break, I just saw Anton Guijarro walking and passing by me. I realized that he probably finished his game, just like you see. He drew his game against Kuparadze, and in the beginning of this game I told you, yes, Guijarro was a slight favorite in this game, but Kuparadze is doing good job and he has a very interesting style in his chess. So basically he managed to make draw in this game, for my taste, relatively easy. Then we have Babazada against Navarra. Navarra likes these positions where lots of calculation is involved. I was talking about that more yesterday. This is exactly his type of chess, his type of game, and even though position looks pretty equalish, I still believe with the pawn being on the second rank and pawn on f2 that Navarra is gonna go for more in this game. And just like I said, even though position looks like pretty much drawish, he's the one who's always pushing for a win, and his calculating skills and experience in these situations and in these games could be one of decisive things. Let's go for the next one. This is game Jules Mussar against Paul Weltan. Mussar is having like nice control of the board. He's got both of these files open. C file is in good control of the game, E file as well. From another point of view, Paul Weltan has like a pretty good, these bishops on b8 and c8, but there is a problem with the rook getting stuck on a8. Also a little bit exposed king on h8 due to pawn structure and these pawns being pushed on f6 and g5. All things considered, I believe that white is doing better here. Last move was rook 8 to c1, and it's pretty difficult for black to find any counter play based on what? If he goes just with rook g8 and g4, it's maybe kind of attacking, but it's also involving lots of risk in situation where he just suffers because of lack of that rook on a8. So I'm not sure what should be the move for black in this position. Only a logical follow-up could be that idea with the rook g8 and g4. I was going to say bishop f5, but then b7 is hanging. So he definitely has lots of problems here. If he brings the bishop to d6, it looks okay, but white can keep on improving his position, playing a5, playing some bishop before, keeping the bishop on d2, keeping an eye on the f4 knight. So this looks like a pretty good game for white, and he certainly enjoys more space, pressure along those E and C files, and it's looking okay for white. We're gonna go with the more concrete things a little bit later. Kozakovsky Pretke looks absolutely normal position, unclear, but I don't see any problems for either of the side. So white has full control of the d5 square, d5 as well, but Pretke has like pretty nice counter maybe on the h file. Also, he's like very stable there. And this is exactly his type of chess, and this is how he usually plays, like games with a long-lasting advantages, or he's just, you know, like he's fighting pretty good in these equal type of games. Last move by white was queen e2. He just wants to have like better control of the d file, possibly to double up these rooks, maybe even to go with something like, I don't know, maybe some c3 to take away the d4 square for the knight coming from c6 there, then maybe removing the rook from f1 to e1 and playing some knight d2, because knight on b3 looks kind of terrible in this position. It just controls the d4, so maybe knight d2, rook e1, knight f1, and knight e3, for example, but before that, just to go with some c3. Position looks quite static, and that looks okay for both of the sides. Although, if I have to choose the side, I would definitely choose a little bit, and I would prefer white because of d6 backward pawn, because of these double pawns on g6 and g5, and because of definitely better control of the center. So white is maybe a tiny bit better in this game. Then we have Wojtaszek against Bryakin. Wojtaszek came up with that h4 early out of the opening. I would like to once again go with an opening moves here. You remember that it was like semi-Tarrasch with c5. Rook b1 to avoid c takes d4, followed by bishop b4, bishop e7, and then he went with a knight f3 and h4. And here we stopped analyzing this game. I was very excited when I saw this h4, especially coming from Wojtaszek, who likes calm positions in general. Played h5, played h6, and moved this pawn all the way up to h6. After g6, played bishop d3, knight c6, overprotected d4, went with the queen e2, stopped that c takes d4 and knight b4 idea by black, played a3, played rook to d1, over solidifying like control of the center, bringing the bishop back all the way to b1, going with short castle, playing knight h2, and possibly going with some knight g4 or g3 followed by f4, also queen h6. Couldn't be working here because of knight g4 and the bishop pair eventually. And after c takes, knight c4, bishop c1, just like you see, Wojtaszek keeps the tension on the board. So after rook f to e1, his position looks absolutely nice. He's got a nice control of the center. He's got that pawn on h6 that could be decisive in any kind of attack, but also endgames if they happen. He has these pawns on d4 and d4. Knight on c4 looks nice, but it doesn't do anything, basically. I like the power of these bishops on b1 and c1, and it looks, as far as I'm concerned, it looks with a better practical chances for white. Okay, last move by black was bishop e7. He's showing some sort of like ambition to take the pawn on a3. Maybe he can use some rook lifting ideas. And not only rook lifting in terms of defending pawn on a3, but maybe even going with some sort of attack afterwards on the king side. Just like I told you yesterday, I'd like to repeat again, I'm not using engine analysis. I'm just trying to make it human as more as possible. So I don't want to brag around and show off like I'm so smart and so good. Basically, I'm just seeing like most of these guys, and I'm just trying to involve that human element into this analysis. So hopefully you support that. Otherwise, you're just going to correct me most of the time by bringing up and coming up with some of the computer moves. Although, don't forget, these are humans and they also don't use computers, and they also cannot play all the time the best moves. D5, pretty human, pretty aggressive move by Wojtaszek. I like it. Opens up the game. He can't take on d5, he won't chill it because of the bishop on e7. So let's see what is Bryakin going to answer after d5. For example, just like you see, d5 is one of those active approaches by white that usually confuses your opponent. So I'd say with a better practical chances for white in this game. Let's go Gelfand. Alexakis Gelfand, he always enjoys these hyper solid type of structures and games. He does have a big advantage at first glance. First of all, he's got a bishop pair. Even though the game is pretty closed, these bishops are doing great. Look at a bishop on a3. Look at the bishop, possibly bishop on g2, but especially take a look at the exposed pawns and the broken pawn structure on the king side when we talk about the h6 and g5 pawns. All things considered, I believe that Gelfand is much better in this position. Then Brandon Clark against Ivan Šarić. Well, I'm once again going to come up with Capablanca statement. Capablanca, in, I believe, Chess Fundamentals, once said that the queen and the knight are way better than the queen and the bishop. Here, since black went for f6, he kind of restricted the activity of the bishop on b2, and he also has the queen and the knight, and they seem to do a bit better than a queen and the bishop. So Šarić has nice practical chances to push for a win here. We'll see what's going to happen, but definitely the fact that the king on h2 is kind of weak could be of very big importance here. And also the fact that the bishop on b2 is restricted. Although, objectively speaking, if Karpov was playing this, I absolutely have no doubts that he wouldn't have any problems with any of these sides. Then let's go with Sarana against Firat Burak. You remember that we've been analyzing this game, that Firat went for the analysis from Cheparenov's course, that he was doing some stuff, but let's take a look at the starting moves, because it was semi-Auerbach with c5, e6, b5, and he came up with that novelty of Cheparenov with the knight bd7. He played bishop to e3. I am not sure if in the analysis he came up first with e4 and then knight g4, or he went with the knight g4 first. So that's something that I'm not sure of. He played just knight g4 here, and after queen d2, e4, knight d4, knight e5, sacrificing the rook in exchange. Then he took on e3. Sarana solidified himself fully. Don't forget, he's up a pawn here, and here, when you play against these top guys, they just know how to keep the material on and That's exactly what happened here. All the time, Black was having problems to get a material back. He eventually did it, but now he lost the potential of, like for initiative in this game, and all of a sudden, Sarana starts to squeezing out his opponent after the, which move is this? After he played rook c7, 22nd move, and I believe that after 22nd move, White was starting to get a more serious advantage. After knight e5, queen c3, queen a2. What's so special about this one? b3, excluding the queens and its activity on the board. And after queen a6, we just have a current position. Burak Firat is up a pawn, but Sarana has control of the c file, although with the last move, maybe he just wants to fight for it with rook ac8. Also, Sarana has like very nice control of the c file, control of the 7th rank. His knight on d4 does a good job, but I also don't see anything wrong with the knight on e5. Rook on f1 is definitely better than okay. I'd say that White has initiative in this position. If we're looking for some concrete moves, I don't know how can he benefit from having the activity of the 7th rank and the f file, and possibly with this one. Somebody said Sarana has to be considered one of the top favorites, coming only as the 11th seeded guy. I absolutely agree, and if you remember my commentary from yesterday, I told you that he's so cutting edge prepared, and with these top theoretical, like novelties, preps, and with so much experience beating up all the best guys online on chess.com, he just plays all the time in these final competitions. Look at this. He came up with the tactics, knight c6. I've been looking at that move, because if knight takes c6, he's going to take on f7. Rook f1 takes f7 with a mating threat. So let's see how is Burak Firat going to fight against that. Can he play some queen to d3, for example? But queen to d3 wouldn't bring him anything. This knight c6 is one of those breaking ideas. Okay, so knight c6. If knight takes c6, rook f takes f7, and he wants to either come up with a checkmate queen g7, or with this double rooks on the 7th rank to mate rook g7 and so on. Yeah, Sarana is very close to be winning here. We'll see what's going to be happening there. So let's go to the next one. Tim Janzel against Kirill Shevchenko. It was Alep Sicilian. I don't see any problems for White in this position. Position looks absolutely okay for... Why do I say I don't see any problems for White? Because he's like low-rated guy, 200 points difference between these two guys. And even though he's White, he probably should be okay with the draw in a game against Shevchenko. So position looks okay for White. I don't see, of course, any problems for Black in this game either, but unclear position. Bishop e5 going after the knight there. So how is he going to solve the problem of the knight on c3? So can he play some, I don't know, now he threatens to win the piece. So can he go with, it's quite interesting moment of the game. Does he have to play really a rook to d3? Is that absolutely the only move? I believe there must be something else as well. Rook to d3, bishop c3, rook c3 is one thing, so that doesn't work for Black. Rook to d3, knight e5 doesn't work because of bishop d5. If he just wants to double up his pieces there, he can move the queen just in time, and okay. This looks one of those unclear games. even you can even take a look at the clocks. Very similar amount of time for both players, so position looks unclear. Then we have Nair against Kurman. We've seen the first opening moves here. Last move by Black was D takes C3. It's Nair's turn. It's Nair's turn, so if he plays Rook takes C3, Rook takes C3, he can take on A7, and both Bishop on D7 and Rook on C3 will be hanging. So maybe after Rook C3, Rook C3 looks like a very interesting possibility here. The thing is, after Rook C3, you can take Rook C3, and White is just threatening to take on C7. This looks interesting. So 3-6, 3-5. Yeah, if he plays Rook C3, Queen A7, Rook on C3 is hanging just like the Bishop on D7. And I see that as a big problem for this guy. Also, Rook C3, he can't play any of these Bishop, Rook B7 ideas. On Rook C3, maybe Queen D8. But if Queen D8, then we just have to say what is up a pawn, and he's the one who was pushing for a win, of course. We're just waiting for his move. That's one thing. Let's go with Cheparinov against Stefansson. Cheparinov is, we just have to say that this looks pretty much equalish, so this doesn't look anything that special for White as far as I'm concerned. This move A6. It's interesting that he played A6. Probably he wanted to stop A6 followed by Rook B2 by White. And now when he played A6, he can penetrate with a king on the queen side, but there is no way for White to penetrate onto the queen side as well. So looks pretty equalish to me. Let's go with the next one. Bronstein against Etienne Bacra. Bacra was, he took the pawn and then continued to play down a bishop pair. White has full compensation for the given pawn. And it's one of those positions where he grabbed that pawn on h2, then his opponent had to be the one who claims the compensation. So it's like very, very interesting one. Okay, so I would say highly unclear position still. If I have to choose the colors, I'd rather be White because I like initiative and I like the bishop pair. Okay, next one is Grandelius against Willow. Grandelius exactly used the plan I mentioned previously in the commentary. He went with knight d2, f3, knight f1. He's now gonna play knight e3. We'll take control of d5. I still can play some decent chess here, looks like. So it's a relatively normal position, and I just think this is even though Eval Bar says it's unclear, I definitely be White in this position because he's got more of control of the center. He's got these control of the light squares, so this is nice. Let's go with the next one. Kassentor Frederick against Anton Korobov. This looks pretty good for White. At first glance, he's the one who's got possession of the file. Korobov also set up some nice counter-attacking ideas with the bishop on c8 and rook on h7. You see that this knight can go, okay, relatively, I like to say crazy type of the game where he can always come up with some sort of knight f4 ideas. Knight f4 would eliminate the dark square bishop and would give him an open dark square bishop, but from another point of view, would give always White possibility with e5 and open up the bishop on c2. So this is a very nice thing. I like this position. I don't know, even though it looks pretty, at first glance, it looked to me like white has full control of the game, but I don't see anything wrong for black either, because reminds me of those crazy King's Indian positions. By the way, forget about the pawn on a5. Black won't waste time on taking that pawn, because otherwise he's gonna get mated with some knight g6 ideas at some point. So he also has to cope always on knight g6, moving the bishop away and losing that knight on g6 and losing that pawn on g6 somehow. Chabarkapa already lost against Ponomarev. That's his style of play. He takes lots of risk. Ponomarev won, so let's take a look at this, this one. He went with his d6, then Ponomarev played d4, played d5, and played a little bit better game with a better control of the center after a4. Chabarkapa didn't play a5 himself. If you remember, I told you at this point that maybe could be interesting if he does something like a5 with some sort of similarity with the Philidor positions. But the thing is, after a4, knight b6, bishop b3, he now went with a5, okay. Queen to d3, Ponomarev just holds the center, control of the d5 and everything else, and now rook a6. I don't know, but this rook a6 looks a little bit ugly. So after like knight d2, very nice repositioning of the knight to c4 eventually, he took on d5, and probably this was the crucial moment of the game where he blundered these nice strategic sequence by white, where he brought the bishop all the way to d5, controlling the center, and goes with the knight c4 afterwards, chasing that queen away on b6 and bishop g5. He wants to fight against the knight. Of course, knight goes on c4. Who would give up that knight for the bishop? Bishop on g5 looks okay, but it's useless. c3 to go with b4, creating a pawn majority on the queen's side. And after king h8, that's what he did. So after a takes, c takes, f5, played b5, and exactly what I told you. He suffered because of that rook on a6. After rook a7, he wants to double up his rooks on the f file, possibly with some b6. E takes f5, bishop f5, and went with the queen a3, going after the d6 pawn. Also, yeah, after like a5, he's now creating a passer, queen b3 supporting the passer, removing the defender of the passer, and Chabarkapa resigned. Great game by Ponomarev. And it just shows how strategically was important to get all the control of the queen side, and especially by doing that knight d2, knight c4 maneuver and removing the knight on b6 as defender of b6. He just took like full control of the d5 outpost and won afterwards. Also, he took advantage of the pawn majority. How? By creating a passed pawn and won the game. Beautiful positional game and a fairly easy win by white. Souza against Santos, it's complete draw. It's complete drawish position, so this is going to be draw for sure. Then we have Donchenko against Nevednichi. Donchenko, who I mentioned couple of, what is this, knight d5? Aha, knight d5, if rook e8, queen e8, queen d5, then rook on, knight on a4 is hanging. Although, let's be honest, today I was reading an article in one chess magazine where the guy said, I got this bishop on g7 in the King's Indian, but it was hitting my own pawn, so that wasn't my intention. Here, that's what the bishop on g7 is doing. I definitely feel that white is better in this position. He's got nice control of the game, and that bishop on g7, even though it supports possibly strong pawn on d4, I don't see any serious problems for white thanks to that pawn. So white looks okay. White looks okay. And from practical point of view, I wouldn't mind to be white in this position. So white is better. Fogel against Nguyen, that game was very interesting. 5 against 5. When with the pawns on the same side, black is the one who's pushing for a win, even though there is like material balance in this game. I just have to say that it looks better for black. It looks better for black. Connection between the knight and the rook, knight and rook against the rook and the bishop, it's definitely better for black. I also like the fact that there is a thing with the pawns on the same side of the board. When the pawns are on the same side of the board, knight is always preferable piece to the bishop on b2. Okay, let's go on to the next one. So here, black has slightly better practical chances to push for a win. Benjamin Gledura against Harry Greve. Gledura has, he's not even up a pawn, but he's got a healthier pawn structure. So he might be going, and he's got a possibly dangerous h-pawn, although there is like dynamic equality that black is aiming for here. I absolutely believe that the pawn on e5 is weak. Yes, king on b7 is weak as well. Pawns on c5 and c6. Although pawn on e5 is so weak that we just have to say that, and black has certain amount of compensation for like unhealthy pawn structure. So if I have to say, is white better? I believe yes, but black also has like his counter chances in this game. So let's go with the next one. Injic against Sanikidze. This is Injic's type of the game. Injic has control of the G file. He's gonna be pushing, I know his style, and he's the one who's in control. Even though position looks like pretty much equalish, once again, from practical point of view, I'd be black, because he's got chances along the G file. He's gonna be able to, for example, if queen e6, f takes e6, who's gonna stop h4? And because if you play knight f3, he's going to be going with a rook g4, supporting the h4 afterwards and going after the attack against the g2 pawn. Injic looks better from practical point of view in this game. Then Rakhmanov against Royal Shreyas. Okay, position. If we just look at the material, there is like full material balance here, but once again, thanks to a better pawn structure, if somebody has to be given the advantage, of course, it should be white. So white has, in my opinion, a good advantage here. Gimpu against Manuel Petrosian. Manuel Petrosian has broken pawn structure. What I like about his position, he's got a better bishop than knight. And yeah, king g3 was a good move because he's just moving the king from potentially dangerous a8, h1 diagonal. So Petrosian played h6. They're just blitzing out these moves. Material is equal, and I don't know, for some reason I believe that black has some nice practical chances still to push for a win here. Although that rook on c3 is so good, it's so nice in terms of defending, so this is pretty interesting. We're gonna see what's gonna happen there, but I wouldn't mind to be both, either white or black here. So unclear game. Shan Sargsyan against Rosen Eitan. Looks like 2-4-6, 2-4-6. So materially speaking, it's equal. Last move is rook g1, so he can easily oppose rook h2 check, and possible danger threats by black by rook h2, rook f8, and going after the pawn on f2. He also played before, going after the weakness in black's camp, so position looks pretty equalish. Then we go with Nijat Abbasov against Christian Brown. Nijat Abbasov is up a pawn, and he's technically winning here. Then we have Ram Sofer against Vladislav Kovalev. We analyzed this game in the beginning, and assessment of position was that black didn't have any problems out of the opening. Position looks, at first glance, it looks absolutely playable for both sides. But once again, if I have to choose the side, definitely I'd choose black, because there is a way. First of all, both of these guys have fantastic knights. White has a fantastic knight on e5. Black does the same on e4. Although there is one big problem for white. Black is gonna be the first one who can break with g5. So he can always be the one who's gonna be breaking on the king side with g5. So that makes black's position being slightly more preferable here. And maybe some king h8, g5, queen h6, rook g7, something like that. Black looks better here. So Maxim Rothstein against Miloš Stankovic. Last move by Miloš is tactical thing, trying to solve this position tactically. He just played knight e5, he's down a pawn. He threatens if f takes e5, queen h4, although Miloš is just hoping for some obstacle at bishops here, and he's down a pawn. He can be two pawns down after f takes e5, queen h4, and e takes d6. That's an option for white to go into a game with the 2 pawns up, if he's quite happy to play with an opposite color bishops. That is fairly interesting possibility for white on that level. That could be with a big chance in a practical game to push for a win. Let's go to the next one. Gurel Edis against Motilev. At some point I said that I didn't see any problems for black. Somehow black was managing out of his opening really well, and somehow he gave his bishops full activity, which I really enjoyed a lot. So e5 is okay. It's quite a nice logical move where he just wants to kick away this bishop from d6 and maybe get a square for e4, but black is doing good here. Black is better, and I'm not sure if it's slightly or much better, but definitely a more pleasant experience for the black player. Then Rasmus Vana against Stoyan Tsvetanov. Last move by Tsvetanov is queen d8, hoping to go into. This looks pretty much equalish. Okay, maybe a little bit better activity of white pieces, but I don't see anything that special for white, except the fact that maybe his pieces are a little bit more active and better. Maybe a tiny bit better for white, but I'm not sure. We just have to look at some of these concrete moves. Quentin Loizo drew his game against Daniel Vakatura. We spoke about this position exactly this moment, and we said that black doesn't have any problems, and I was right. These guys just agreed on a draw at this point. Yuri Kuzubov, we also spoke about this game. A great win, very nice tactics, 29 moves. Let's just take a look at this game, because we've been following this game. He won the bishop pair, got a pawn back, and then I just said it's not exactly Kuzubov styles to attack so much, and then he went with h3, bishop takes g4. He managed to grab like 2 pieces for the rook. I'm a little bit surprised that black allowed this. Played f5, bishop f3. Aha, this is the move that he probably didn't count on. Queen b3 followed by knight e4, queen d4, queen c4, and here he was completely lost. Very nice game by Kuzubov, and he's already showing his intentions in this tournament. This is game between Max Varverdam and Olga Badelka. He played b5. He would probably like to put that queen on d6 and either go with b6, mating with a mate on c7. His king is untouchable. This is very hard position for black. I'm just checking if queen e5 works, and on queen e5, then he has c6. And if b takes, then bishop a6 is threat. While in case of queen e5, c6, queen c7, he might be having some queen c5, threatening some queen f8. Yeah, it looks hardly defendable by black. Okay, next one is Nigalidze against Bernatsky. Nigalidze is up a pawn, but he's got a possibly weak king, and I wouldn't mind to play with the black pieces here because his king is weakened. That gives him relatively nice counter chances in this position. This is pretty interesting, and this is something that we should be looking at here. Okay, let's go with the next one. What's the point of, okay, this one, Darda against Fatalieva. Darda is playing really good. Yesterday he easily won. Today he's got a full control of the board in his game as well. So this is like very, very nice. Played f3, kicking that bishop away on f5. He just wants to, if she moves the bishop, but where can she move the bishop? She can only play bishop h7, and that certainly shouldn't be the place where you want to have your bishop. Then I can stick it there for the rest of the game with some knight g6. You take, h takes g6, and always mating threats. This is technically winning for white. Let's go with the next one. This is Jonas Bjerrebrul against Jakub Seaman. I don't know. I prefer a lot more white's position. I prefer the fact that the knights are doing just great on d6 and b5. I like the fact that the c file is in white's control. Yes, there is a bishop on f4, but we also keep threatening some g3 at some point, not immediately because of knight f3 by black, but I'm saying at some point. White is better here. And I like white's position. Then let's go into Michele Godin against Altai Safarli. Okay, position looks unclear, although I like these bishops on b6 and c6. I don't like the queen on g2. That's not a natural place in your chess games for the queen there, but okay, pretty unclear game. Maybe with a little bit better looking for black. Erdogmos Yagiskan, young and extremely strong kid from Turkey. He's not up a pawn, but he's the one who's got control of this game. Knight e4, Yufa cannot take on e5 because of knight d6, and there is a tactical sequence there. You just have to be aware of the fact that he's got like these triple pawns. I believe, maybe I'm exaggerating if I say, but this could be even called like on a higher levels, almost technically winning for white. But let's just see how is black going to defend this one. Okay, so let's go with the next one. Emre Can against Akbaşumut. Emre Can has extremely solid position. His knight is doing better than knight on a5, although black has control of the c file. Relatively unclear game. But if I have to give someone a little bit better chances here, maybe the knight on e3, that would be white. Then let's go with Stalmach Richard against Dimitrios Mastrovasilis. Yesterday I spoke to Dima and I just told him, you're in broadcast and you did a pretty nice win. So let's just see how is he doing today. He likes these. He was my club mate for a couple of years and he likes these boring positions and to squeeze out his opponents. So he's once again slightly better and he's the one who's pushing here for a win. He enjoys these type of games and he certainly should be the one who's gonna be pushing for a win. Here we have Iskandarov against Kochavi. Iskandarov is not up a pawn, but he's got a pawn majority on the queen side, so he's got better chances in this type of, let's just say, middle game or almost end game. White is the one who's got a better practical chances. Then from Marius drew against Yergus Peshak using the perpetual check. Then we have Robert Hovhannisyan against Tekeev Zaur. Last move by black was queen a6 threatening the rook, although I see a pretty compact attack and position of the white pieces. He was threatening knight g6 at some point. Let me just see what are the possibilities that white has here. He's still threatening knight g6, so he just overprotected the rook on b7 and now threatens the knight g6. How is black going to save this? He can take on h6 because queen takes h6 followed by knight g6, even knight f7 followed by queen g6. Hovhannisyan is doing better. I like his position, and let's just say clock's saying that he's in trouble. Rook b6, then rook 1 b6. No, just a moment. I thought that it was lost on the spot. So maybe, just a moment, maybe rook. I have a great feeling that they should be winning for white. Let's just calculate. Should he take with one or another? So he's just going with rook. Keeping the rook on the 7th rank shouldn't bring me anything special here. I'm just thinking of rook 7 to b6, 8 takes b6, and maybe just doing something in that position, something like d5 and stuff like that. For some reason, I can feel there must be a tactics. Maybe even, no, I was about to say knight d7. I see also rook 1 to b6, 8 takes b6, knight d7 as a relatively interesting. But then problem is not queen b7, knight f6 because it's mate. Problem is knight d7, rook takes d7, and I don't see how can he win that one. This looks better for white, but I don't see a concrete tactics to finish him off. And maybe it doesn't even exist. Yeah, I don't see tactics for. We're just waiting for his move. And while we're waiting for his move, yeah, let's go to next ones. So we're just checking. Sanal Wahab beat Benzinger, 28 moves. He deserves to check this game. So e4, a5, played modern Italian with d3, bishop c5 castles, c3, a5. Lots of guys lately play this a5. Simply they would like to push this pawn up to a4, which is going to cut off these defensive squares for the light square bishop and to get some space there. Although after h6, rook e1, castles, h3, everything was normal. You know, when you move this bishop after bishop e6, and when the knight is standing on c6 and bishop c5, you always threaten d4 to win the piece next move. And this guy moved the bishop. Now d4, he threatens fork again. He captured, and now when you capture, you gotta have some problems. You gotta, I like the move bishop a4, I'll tell you why. You gotta have some problems because now he built up a good center for white, and also it gives white knight c3 with the next, also he threatens d5, so black has to go with d5. Now you can first take on c6, but he didn't do it. Played knight c3. I would take on, okay, he doesn't want to instantly take because then black would have some c5. Knight c3, knight e7, and brings the bishop back to c2. I like it. B takes c3, wants to go with the battery queen d3 and mate on the king's side. Bishop f5 exchanging, taking advantage of the b file open and playing bishop a3. After c5, he took on f5, took on c5, and here he's the one who's penetrating onto the king's side and finishing off his opponent. Queen g4, nice. Threatens knight a6. Here, rook e6. I like this one a lot. And after rook d6, threatens the pawn on d5. He's now clearly up a pawn, now 2 pawns up. And after knight f5, this guy just presents. Very nice game and win by Sanal. So this was more or less schoolish type of approach how to play these positional stuff. Asadli against Baum. Let's see what's happening here. So 2, 4, 5. 2, 4, 5, same number of pawns, although he's the one who's attacking here. Rook on f2, doubling there. Bishop on h2 does a great, on g2 does a great job. He can maybe even consider going with some knight f4, queen h3, and some queen h2 mating ideas in some moments, I'm saying. Also, he's got like rook h6, queen. Black is the one who's pushing for a win here. David Paravian, much better position, knight in the middle of the board, control of all these files. Black is just suffering so much. Also, the fact that he pushed these pawns doesn't help him much. So yeah, queen d4, absolute domination. White is gonna win this. It's technically winning position. Denis Kadric against Yoav Milikov. Let's take a look at the position. I guess this was semi-Averbach in the King's Indian. Let's see if I'm right. Yes, King's Indian, bishop e3, knight g4, and they just went into some sort of semi-Averbach. I just have to say that I beat up a white player in Serbian Open 2 years ago in absolutely the same type of position. So he now repeats, and he doesn't have like anything that's special either. He's maneuvering a lot, although I like how is Denis conducting his initiative in this game. So maybe I'm just doing a little bit faster, but okay, this looks absolutely nice for black. Yeah, black, in my opinion, as a King's Indian player, we should never complain playing a game like this. Black looks better. Then another thing, instead of this, is Eray Kilik against Lasco. They drew the game. Luca Moroni against Tutisani Noe. So what's happening here, like same material, but black is the one who enjoys way better activity. And these rooks are doing a great job on c4 and f3, especially the one on c4. I think it's much better than another one. Yep, this is better for black. Then we have Mikhail Kovaly against Guy Villar Gabriel. He's got this best pawn. Willer has like better rook, but do we have to fear possibly dangerous pawn on d4? Here, you just have to calculate a lot, and I can't come up within a small amount of time with a proper assessment. I just see that position is relatively unclear. Then we just go with Frederick Svane against David Alexandru. Svane he's up a pawn, although this is not easy to win. He's better, but technically he has to show pretty good skills to win this one, especially considering the fact that the pawn is still on a2. Maybe if he plays some f5, takes on c5 and create a passer, that could be interesting idea. Okay, Agdalen against Goryachkina. Goryachkina is about to find some perpetual check, queen g6, queen e8. Agdalen is, by the queen on a1, defending everything here. If rook h1, king g3, queen e1, king f4, queen c1, king g3, this is drawn. This is drawn, and probably Goryachkina, Agdalen is actually looking for a perpetual check, but I don't see a way for Goryachkina to improve her position. Rook h1, king g3, queen e1, king f4, queen d2, king g3, and that's perpetual check. This is gonna be draw. Kalogeris against Laursas. Once again, we have that famous topic, knight and the queen. I always prefer knight and the queen. I'm just going to take the side of Capablanca. So here, from practical point of view, black is doing a little bit better. Okay. Radovanovic Nikola against Livaic Leon. Livaic is materially wise. This position looks equal, although I just say materially wise. When we talk about like concrete things, black is the one who's got an extremely dangerous passed pawn. Okay, white does have some mating threats with queen h6, but they don't seem to be working because of that queen on f2. So, sorry, b6. It just controls. That's a very, very nice thing. Queen on b6. What if rook d6? Let's see what if rook d6. Rook d6. Maybe even simple queen e3. And the point of queen e3 is that I'm exchanging the queens. No, queen e3, rook e3, rook d8, rook e8. Rook e8, rook e8, rook a1, rook a8. Black is better here, and he's got better practical chances. Mitsis Arseny Nesterov. Black is the one who's pushing here for a win. With the last move, bringing his bishop back to f1 and going with the bishop on g2, he just wants to take control of the game. He just wants to play and to oppose any knight e5 with the bishop g2. Although, from practical point of view, I would still prefer a little bit more black. Okay, especially because he's got these three pawns that he can create some tactics on the king side. Here we have Pavel Teklov against Ohanian. Equalish type of the game. I'm just checking what's happening with this pawn on c3. Can white win the pawn on c3, and is it going to be of something decisive here? Queen b6 goes on a5. Probably black has to go with bishop e4, d takes e4, maybe some queen e7 in this position. I don't know. Yeah, that's what he played, bishop e4, and now is he gonna go with queen e7 or queen e8? And is there any difference between those two moves? Maybe queen e7, so after f3 he can maybe penetrate on some of the dark squares. He has dynamic equality, I'm talking from black's point of view. Here, they drew Hen against Dragnev, Azarov, Cherv. Last move by black is bishop takes f3. What am I missing? What if queen takes b3, bishop e2, f3? f3 doesn't seem to be working. This looks winning for white. I'm just checking once again. What if queen takes b3, bishop e2, and then some rook e8, then queen f3 and king f1, solidifying himself. I believe this is technically winning for white. 3-5 to 4, black is up a pawn. Pop against Gumulars. Last move by white is knight d4, threatening on c6. Black should be going with, for example, bishop d5, defending there and taking full control. Then he threatens rook e1, followed by rook b1. This looks also. I also see an idea with rook e4, because rook c6 doesn't seem to be working because of king b7, and technically winning for black. Bosiocic lost to Ibadov. It's one of those upsets today. So Ibadov won a game. Slaven Pashtar lost to Murzin Volodar. Popovic against Parligras. Popovic is up an exchange, brother of strong GM Dusan Popovic. He's also doing okay, but he's up an exchange, but this guy has connected pawns, possibility to take on c5. Also, all his pawns, excluding the one on a5, are in the color of his light square bishop. So he's going to be lost there. Or at least he's a lot worse. Let's just see a few more games before we make another break. Adam Kozak against Peter Konstantin. Kozak is completely winning. He's going on the light squares there. He's got a nice knight. Control of the c file. He can play bishop h5 and connecting his rooks on the back rank. Oops. Why this one? Why not bishop h5? But okay, whatever he plays, he can also threaten bishop f5, bishop e6. He's a lot better. He's just connecting his pieces. Yeah, this is another one of those technically winning type of the games. Salimova drew against Suleimanli. Zavadska Jolanta played against Kobo Ore. So let's just see what's happening there. After like 2, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, 5, 6, when she takes on g3, it's pretty equalish. Pultinevicius against Milan Pasher. So 3, 6, 3, 6. Okay, what is a little bit maybe better in this position, but he's got only one weakness, and usually you know one weakness is defendable while two weaknesses not. Stremovicius against Kanov. Stremovicius has bishop pair, full control of the game. He's even up a pawn, he's winning. Kaliresh against Arsovic, interesting endgame. The question is, can he trap the knight on a7? And the thing is, king c4, king e7, king c5, king d7, king b6, knight c8. And that's what I see in this position as a possibly, okay, white is the one who's certainly pushing for a win here, because the question is, can he trap this knight? That's the whole question. Oh my goodness, it was black's turn. So it's knight c7, so this is gonna be drawn. Okay. Let's go with Vetokin Sava against so far. He's got better knight on 8. Nice. He's up, pushing for a win. To say technical. Mat. Check. For a win. On G2. Zai. Under 16. He lost. Theodora. Proving. Against.
da se neće vidjeti, vidiš da neće da mi pokupi isti i je ujebem. Gde si jebem? Osjećam se košar i razne me situacije.
let's get back to third part of this broadcasting. So Sargsyan is completely winning now. So I don't make many mistakes in the assessments of these positions. At some point it looked completely drawish, but that's exactly one of his best strengths. He's extremely good in practical chess, and he's a great fighter. Fantastic turning point here from completely drawish endgame to a completely winning one. That's what makes him being so good. Okay, so Sargsyan is winning in this one. Let's go to the next position. Martirosyan made the draw. Castellanos held this game. He was even up opponent at the moment when he offered the draw, but okay, Black had this bishop here, and objectively speaking, absolute draw. Anton Guijarro drew against Kuparadze. Navarra won. What did I tell you? He's great when it comes to practical chess and concrete calculation. Even though position looked absolutely drawish or just equalish, he managed to win. Let's go with the next one. Jules Mussar won against Paul Velten. He played this knight g6. Very nice tactics. I told you that he had like a much better position at that point when he played rook c1 and came up with this nice tactical sequence where after like bishop b1, queen f8, Paul Velten tried to create some mess on the board. G takes, he was down down a rook, played bishop h3, but very nice knight h4, followed by knight g6, defended himself from mating threats, and at the same time threatened to take on h3 and to win the game. Then we have Kozakovsky-Predke. Somebody said that Predke blundered. Well, maybe he blundered, but position still looks pretty double-edged because he's got a knight, he's got these possibly dangerous passed pawns, and okay, I mean, white is definitely, but okay, I was about to say white is definitely better, although after knight f3, even knight f3, rook h7, rook g5, he's the one who's actually penetrating with the king and pushing these two pawns on the king's side. I'd say absolutely dangerous and double-edged game. I wouldn't say he should be having any problems there. Wojtaszek against Bryakin. So let's take a look at this one. In material-wise, both of these guys are 6 pawns. Okay, so it's equal, but Wojtaszek is having this. It's a pretty weird position. Pawn on h6 is hanging. He couldn't take there probably because of that. He was threatening queen e6. He's now defending queen e6 threats, and he now wants to take on h6. Is Wojtaszek going to defend that pawn or play king g1? That could be interesting. Because king g1, queen h6, he might be having some queen e6 ideas. So that's what I find very, very interesting about this position. Six pawns on both sides. Yeah, the Wojtaszek is better here. And I'm just interested. I'm just interested in this position after. Is he gonna go with defending the pawn on h6, or he's gonna sack it by moving the king to g1? Okay, we'll still waiting for their moves. Gelfand against Alexakis. Gelfand is winning. We had a position previously. We said that the Gelfand shouldn't have any problems to win this. And it still looks completely winning with 2 connected pawns. Brendan Clark against Ivan Šarić. A good thing for Šarić, he's pawns are on the light squares. Brendan Clark has the dark square bishop. So the very brief and the first look tells that the black should be completely winning here. Sarana won his game against Firat Burak. Sarana is great with the white pieces. Shevchenko won against Jan Zeltim. It's very interesting. So the position was pretty unclear. Here, Nair beat Kurman in a position that most of the time looked okay for him. Now Cheparinov is winning. So he showed his skills in this endgame against Stefan Sarvigner, and it's nice, yeah. He played f5, yeah, what a nice move. He's just defending the pawn on e6. Of course, if he takes, his opponent is going to be left with all these weak pieces. He's just defending forever pawns on c5 and a5. Well, he's going to go after, and he's going to have even and create a passer on the h file. What a fantastic move f5 is. You got to come up with something like this in your games. If knight f5, he's going to go with knight f4. That's an easily winning position, but this f5 is unbelievably good. Okay, let's go with the next one. Bronstein against Bakra, it's drawn. Grandelius against Willow. It's probably some sort of like, yeah, it's a problem in the DGT board and in the transmission because we don't get more than 11 moves in this game. Korobov won. I told you that he set up his pieces and I don't see any problems from practical point of view. So Korobov is fantastic when it comes to practical chess. He's so good. Don't forget, he almost was in the club of 2750 guys. Ponomarev won against Chabar, Kappa, Souza drew. Donchenko beat Nevednici. I told you that he had problems there. Nguyen, he was the one who was grinding his opponent down with a knight and rook against the rook and the bishop on the same side. So I told you it's going to be difficult for for white. Gladura won. His position looked okay. Although Harry Grieve had to defend his position with so many precise moves and it was simply difficult to do it. Injic, let's take a look at one of the best Serbian players. Injic is still somehow trying to win this endgame. His king is definitely better. Black is having some problems, so from practical point of view, he's got chances to push for a win here. Still, Sanikidze is in practical problems. I believe Winjic is gonna win this. It's not that I'm only cheering up and rooting for him, but objectively speaking, his king is better than king on e3. He's about to win either the pawn on f4 or pawn on h4, so it looks good. This knight can go on a4 and c5, but somehow takes some time to do it. So I find this okay for Injic, and he's still in great practical chance to win it. Rakhmanov won. He's the guy who's doing a pretty good job when it comes to these original positions, and congratulations. Petrosian Manuel, I told you that his bishop somehow was doing fine most of the time, but looks like he's suffering in this position. He's down a pawn. White can solidify himself, for example, with a knight e3 here. And White is the one who's pushing and playing for a win here. Let's go. Eitan Rosen against Shant Sargsyan. This is winning for black. No, wait a sec. Can he take the pawn on a5 without losing pawn on the c file? That's a critical question. Maybe rook f8, rook f6. So I'm not so sure about this one. If he goes with Not so sure about this game. This is pretty interesting. So rook c1 doubling his rooks on the file. Maybe he plays rook h8, so full activity. Now black has to defend upon an a5 by playing rook a1. Then he's gonna be going with rook h2 and maybe rerouting that rook to a8 and f8. Also, I see a pretty good job here. Okay, we all know that black is the one who's pushing for a win. We just have to find a good plan for black. Rook h2 for sure, and rook a8, rook f8 going after the f2 weakness. But okay, white is also going to play rook a1, rook a2. Problem is that when you play rook h2, king e1, you're going to give check, king goes on e2. Then you have some rook f2 check, rook h2, and winning the rook back and pawn on a5. Black is winning, completely winning. So that could be the plan for black in this situation. Abbasov Nijat beat Brown Christian. Ram Sofer played against Vladislav Kovalev. Kovalev has great practical chances here with the bishop pair, passed pawn on e4. So this should be matter of technique for black. Maxim Rothstein drew against Milos Stankovic. Great result for Serbian, young Serbian IM. Gurel beat Motilev. That's very interesting because we were analyzing this game, and most of the game, it was really looking great for black there. Yeah, it was really looking great black. So he gave up the bishop pair. Was that the turning point of the game? Rook e2, bishop c5, rook f1, rook f3, h3, and he put all his hopes into this trick. After rook f3 takes, you see, he fell for this trick. Gurel came up with some nice defensive moves here and all of a sudden got into a winning position. That's very interesting because at the moment when we quit analyzing this game, Motila was much better, and then the young Turkish kid absolutely turned the game upside down. He's extremely talented, doing great, and very nice win. Congratulations to white. This is one of the biggest upsets today in the tournament. Rasmus Svanev won against Stoyanov. It looked very equalish at the moment, but just like I told you yesterday, all these young German players, they play equal type of the games, but they're great at maneuvering, and it's the way they play their games, so they don't mind playing equal positions and slowly grinding down their opponents and squeezing them out. Loiseau against Vakaturets run. Kozuba won. We checked that game. Varvarden was completely winning. He's still playing against Badelka. It's still looking winning. He threatens, wait a second, he played bishop c8, queen c8, queen d6, queen d6, king a8, queen a3, queen a7 mate. But do you know what's the problem? After bishop c8, I guess the black is going to go for a queen c1, king g2, queen c6. And then you can play queen 8, king h3 because of queen c8. You got to play f3, queen c2. So that's not a move. So he can't take on c8. Maybe queen d8. No, wait a sec. Queen d8, queen c1, king g2, queen c6, f3. This is not an easy way to win this one. So we just have to find a concrete move here. I have a feeling that he must be winning in this one. Bishop c8, queen c1, king g2, queen c6, king h3, queen c8 doesn't seem to be working. I'm just checking the lines in this one. Oh, somebody said no, but just bishop d7. Are you serious that the bishop d7 is winning a game? You can't take by bishop if queen takes queen a3. Wow. Wow. This is amazing. This is amazing. Bishop, wait a sec. But bishop d7, queen c1, king g2, and now you don't even have queen. Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. I like it so much. Oh my goodness. Are you telling me that the bishop d7 is winning here? Bishop d7, queen d7 only move, queen a3. Then you don't have any checks and you can't stop checkmate. Bishop d7, queen c1. It's so difficult to find. Let's see if Max Varverdam is going to find this one. This is beautiful. I like it so much. And that's why it's completely winning. Because in case of bishop c8, queen c1, king g2, queen c6, he can't go on h3 because of queen c8, and it's maybe even winning for black. And on the contrary, after bishop c8, queen c1, king g2, queen c6, f3, queen c2 is going to secure the perpetual check and the draw to black. So let's see if Varverdam is going to find this bishop d7. It's fantastic move, and that would be a really crucial thing here. We'll get back to this game. This is so nice. I like it a lot. Okay. So let's just see what's happening in other positions. While we're waiting for this one, and to Bernatsky drew against Nigalidze, Darda won, Jonas Bjerre, he was better, but somehow Black got a great activity. Rook is active, bishop is active. Yes, he's still up a pawn, but to be honest, I wouldn't mind to be black in this game. This looks okay for black. Godena lost to Safarli. Safarli is great in practical chess, just like all the Azeri players. Erdogmus was much better, and he drew the game. I was even willing to say it was technically almost winning, but I guess that's why Ufa is so good. So 3 against 3, this is Emre Can against Akbas. He's doing better because somehow black pieces are stuck on the queen side, so this makes white's position looking better. Stalmach against Mastrovasilis Dimitrios. I said that Mastrovasilis enjoying this type of chess, these type of positions. Mastrovasilis is winning. I absolutely don't have any doubts that he's gonna win this one. That's exactly his type of chess. Iskandarov drew, even though he was better in that position, but Kochavi found the perpetual check. Yargos Peshak drew his game. Hovhannisyan was winning. I even got a message on Twitter that there was a nice tactics for white. But even though I got a message, they didn't send me a solution and I couldn't find it. I gave it to even a couple of other players, including one GM and YM, and they couldn't find it either. So I guess we're just getting rusty. Let's go with Sanal. He beat Benzinger. We saw that game. Vugarasadli, he was completely winning even like an hour ago, but it's still ongoing. Paravian was winning. He managed to win. Kadrich won, and I told you that a King's Indian, he should be enjoying that type of position, and that's how my ex-students play. They usually are capable of winning those kinds of things. Kilik against Lupulescu drew. Moroni was in serious trouble, and this guy, Tutisani, he was almost technically winning, but now it's looking a lot better in comparison to that position where we stopped analyzing. Kobalia beat Guy Willer in that endgame, so passed pawn decided. Svane Frederick drew. Gorjachkina won. It was absolutely equalish. So it's very interesting. Laursas drew his game. He was a little bit better, but couldn't convert. Levaich won. We all agreed that he had a great chances to push for a win in that position. He managed to win. Nesterov, I claim that objectively speaking, position should be drawn, but black is the one who can still push for a win, mainly thanks to these 3 pawns, but just like you see, it's very difficult for black to penetrate and to do anything that's special. Teklov drew against Ohanian, Dragnev drew, Azarov won. He was even winning at the moment when I checked that one and I told you he's gonna be winning. Gumulars is winning against Pap. Actually, he won that one. Parligras beat Popovic. He was winning at the moment when we analyzed. Kozak was winning as well, and he managed to win. Zavatska, she was a lot better in that position. It still looks better, but with a great practical chances for black to make a draw and to save the game. So black is down a pawn. Zavatska has full initiative. Maybe some king g5, f6, and some mating threats. Although Kobore found his counter chances in this endgame. Pultinevicius against Pasher. Pultinevicius was better all the time, although he still looks a tiny bit better, but it's not easy to win this one. Stramavicius beat Kanov. Kielerish, Arsovic, we agreed that it should be drawn. Vetokhin lost to Moritzi. Nasuta beat Maltsevskaya. So I'm just giving you these results. Jiristocek won. Kacharava won against Pastor. Inets Theodora, she drew against Guliev. Gavrilescu drew against Stramavicius. Petkov Momchil. So we're just getting back to the game that are still ongoing. Let's take a look at the game of Sargsyan. He seems to be winning here because he's having some very concrete calculation to meet his opponent. I'm thinking between rook c5 or simply queen f8. So you just have to stop here for a moment, calculate properly how to win your game and win it. So he just goes with, I'm just telling you, either queen f8 or rook c5. Both of these moves seem to be winning. So Sargsyan, whose position didn't look that bright, managed to turn the game completely, not completely, but managed to simply grind down his opponent and win it. Yeah, he calculated that rook c5 should be winning, so this is end of the game, I believe. Let's take a look at Wojtaszek. Wojtaszek is still making some pressure, so he decided to defend the pawn on h6 against Bryakin. Although I don't see a way for white to break here. Bryakin played bishop a3. It's interesting, doesn't move like bishop e5. No, it doesn't work. Let's go to the game of Max Varverdam and to see if he found that beautiful thing with the bishop d7. Let me just see. Varverdam Max against Badelka. He didn't find it. He didn't find it. He had that beautiful bishop d7 trick to win the game, and I told you it's so difficult that it's not so easy to find. And unfortunately for him, and for the sake of tactics, but okay, fortunately for black, he didn't find it. He just played like, what did he play? He played bishop f5. Badelka came up with this check, and she now has relatively better chances to save this game, although it's still not so easy. It's still not so easy. Bishop f5 makes perfect sense because he is not going to allow his opponent to... He keeps having all these threats, so he even keeps having threat with the bishop d7 at some point. But at the same time, he prevents d3 by black. So he still keeps like good winning chances. Also, his opponent is running out of time, which gives him pretty great practical chances to push this for a win. Let's go to Gelfand. Gelfand looks winning. Gelfand looks winning, and I believe now it's completely winning because even the king on g8 is in some sort of mating threat. Knight g6, but if knight g6, just queen b5. Defending on e2, threatening queen h5 with some mating threats. Oh, knight g6, queen f7. Knight g6, queen f7 is mate. So black is winning. White is winning. Gelfand is completely winning here. Let's go to next game. Brandon Clark. We spoke about this one. White managed to activate his king. Is he going to be able to somehow make draw here? But maybe Šarić is just going to go with knight b2, knight c4. Not knight b2, knight c4. Somebody said they're repeating. I guess you're just talking about game between Sanikidze, Ingic. I want to check that game as well. Cheparinov is now completely winning after that f5 move. Fantastic move f5 by Cheparinov to change the destiny of that game. I mean, it's really, really one of the top moves that we've seen tonight. Let's go for Varverdam, and that game is very interesting. Badelka, they're repeating, you say. Yeah, but now she's gonna take on b6, right? She gave up the pawn, she's gonna take on b6. Okay, Varverdam also still keeps like great winning chances because he's gonna win the pawn either on g7 or f7 and push for the win. I believe he's gonna take on g7 because in that case queen b2 is not gonna be an option. And he's just trying to send a message. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna grind you down in this game till the last chance. So he's in great practical. He's got a great practical chances to win this one. Wojtaszek is unclear. Let me just check the game of Ingic. Ingic against Sanikidze. Sanikidze is in serious time trouble. He's always in time trouble, so that's not a big thing for him. B4, he wants to b5. If he manages to reduce material, he's going to be step closer to draw. So he wants to play b5 definitely. Ingic probably should be going with some king e5, but he's going to have practical problems. This is very close. Material is so much reduced, and I don't see a ways for him to try to win this one. Probably he's going to find some tricky ways. This is how they play. Now white is threatening king b6. d4 is the only move. Probably some... Ingic is trying to win this one. d4 has to be the move here. And c5 trying to connect these pawns and to push them as much as possible. This is a very concrete calculation, so you just have to sit and wait and to calculate properly and to see if you could win this one. Not an easy job, not an easy job. Even more difficult for white, who has to save such a difficult position. Šarić is winning against Brandon Clark. He brought his knight all the way back to c3, so knight b6, knight c3. I was expecting some knight b2, knight c4, but knight at c3 just looks a lot better. How is he going to... We just have to find a concrete way of playing this position. And what's the way to go there? The fact that he wants to, having the knight on c3 and defending b5 and controlling a4 is an important thing, because white always can go with some sort of active approach. King b6, king c6, sorry, king d6, king c6, king b6, and going after the a6 pawn. That has to be his idea. Although there is a practical problem for white. Once he goes with a king, black is gonna use his king, king h5, king g4, and push the pawn. So as long as you have that pawn, sorry, knight on c3 and pawn on b5, it should be winning. Because even if he wins the pawn on a6, that knight on c3 with the pawn on b5, they're untouchable. So they should be winning. So let's go and let's sit and wait. This could be an interesting point. We're still waiting to see what's happening there. Nothing. We just have to wait and see what is black gonna... He did knight d1. Knight d1. I'm just trying to figure out what is he hoping for in this endgame. And how is white? But white ideally has to keep the bishop on this diagonal. And king on e5. And he just has to, this way, hold a pawn on f5. That has to be his attempt of playing in this position. Kozakovsky-Pretke, what happened in that position? Somebody asked me about that one. It's drawn. It's drawn. Kozakovsky-Pretke is drawn. Somebody asked me to go there. Sargsyan, in the meantime, won. Wojtaszek drew his position, even though he was having a little bit better position. Gelfand is still winning. Sanikidze, Injic, it's getting crazy, and I'm very interested in this game. Also, it's for Serbian fans. Injic is still trying to, and somehow he's pushing this for a win. Knight e4 is lost. Probably knight c3 in this position. Exactly. Keeping control of both, pawn on d3 and pawn on c6. Interesting attempt would be knight d5. But then knight d1, and if c5, king c6, with a draw for white. It's gonna be difficult for Injic to win this. Okay, let's go for another game. Gelfand is completely winning. I told you, if, yeah, queen b5 threatening, queen h, defending this pawn, threatening queen h5 with queen h8 checkmate, and black is about to resign this game. It's also an interesting result. Let's go for Cheparinov. After he found that amazing f5 move, now it's a piece of cake. He even won the pawn on c6, and this is technically completely winning. Very nice game. What else do we have there? Injic drawn. Gimpo against Manuel Petrosian. Oh, this guy has great practical chances to win this one. Shouldn't be a big problem, I guess. He's up a pawn, and he can just use his time to get a pawn back, maybe even two, but just to come up with lots of tactical threats with those two rooks being connected and with the knight. This is good. Okay, what about other possible games? Shant Sargsyan seems to be completely winning. I told you exactly, I was talking about this position. And now, can black go with some sort of b5, king b, or b3 somehow, and going with some rook f2, rook h2 tactics? Okay, he first defends this one. This should be technically winning for black. We discussed this game previously. Varverdam is in the meantime completely winning. He now created a passer. It's such a big pity not to find bishop d7. It was a nice move, and I really liked a lot that tactics. But Elke is trying to create some counter chances by pushing this b pawn, although I suspect white is going to be able to spoil his game here. So it's a nice one. In the meantime, they're just getting the assessment that black is completely winning. Emre Can is, yeah, he was having a lot better chances thanks to better activity of his pieces. Although black also has some, black managed to create a passer and trying to push it up. So we're just waiting for last games to finish tonight. King h7. It's not easy to Emre Can to win this one. He has to play rook d8 to hold the d pawn, to go and play h5, h6, and then to give some checks and win this endgame. Šarić, in the meantime, Engine says it's completely winning. Ah, that's what Šarić was trying to do. So he brought his knight to d3, kicked the king away, and now he's going to push. But now even if you want to push f4, bishop f4, knight f4, king d6, all you have to do is to bring your knight to c3, and when he goes after the a6 pawn, you don't care, your knight just stands on c3, controlling b5 pawn, and you should be winning. Let's just see. Okay, king d5. On f4, king e4 mixed draw. So I believe in this position king h5, because if he manages to reactivate his king, he's going to do a great job. It's difficult position, even though, for example, you see this is the difference between engines and humans. For example, here you can see, and you can check the eval bar, it says completely winning for black. Well, it's probably because there is one line that wins here, and it's absolutely difficult to find that one. But I guess Šarić, who's just moving a little bit faster here, he knows which position he's been looking for. So, but it's a difficult endgame, extremely difficult endgame. In the meantime, do we have most of these results? Just to tell you, on the top 10 boards, Sargsyan won against Parkhov, Navarra won against Babazada, Jules Mussar beat Paul Veltan, Gelfand is completely winning, Šarić is winning, Sarana beat Burat Firak. So already tomorrow we can have like some real ice creams of these games. Then we still have a game of Injic ongoing, but this is now closer to draw than ever. Now I'm pretty sure this is going to be drawn. Then we have Shant Sargsyan being winning in that position. Ram Sofer is fighting hard against Kovalev, and he's fighting really, really brave here. He was most of the game under pressure, but he's just defending this position really stubbornly, and looks like he's going to be able to manage to defend it. Gelfand, he seems to be winning, threatening mates from two sides, queen b8, and much more than that. On f5, he's just going to have like king h5 and king g6. Queen f5 doesn't work because of queen e2, but his opponent is putting up great resistance here, but he won't be able to save it. Let's just see, Asadli is winning. He was winning a long ago. So I guess f2 wins here, right? f2 wins here for black. Asadli, if he plays f2, yeah, this is winning. f2 should be winning after king h3, and black should resign here. Exactly, f2, and that's what he played and won the game. What else do we there? Shant Sargsyan, he was winning, but this guy's fighting, and he brought his rook, activated fully, played before. He's going to be able to penetrate if needed. This is now completely winning. He now threatens b3, rook b2, so this is winning. He's going to win this one. What else do we have there? Asadli is winning. This one is winning. Mizis against Nesterov. This is now dead drawn. Now, without knights on the board, because if you remember, there were knights on the board, he can't win this one. He can't win this one, especially even if there was no bishop, this wouldn't be drawn. Not to mention, because you just set your rook on f4 and it's drawn. Not to mention with the bishop on the board. Here, yeah, this is dead drawn and he can't win this. Even without the bishop is drawn. In the meantime, let's see what happened in Šarić endgame. Will Šarić be able to go with, he played f4. So let's go like this. Bishop f4, knight f4, king b6. He goes with knight e2, king a6, and knight c3. That's the position I spoke about. King b6, king g4, king c5, king f3, king d4, and then you just move your knight and you're just winning. Nice. But you know what? That game depended on only one move, so it was so difficult to find this one. You can also check the playing hole. On the cameras, there are only like couple of games playing, so we're also switching off this very soon. Gelfand is winning, Šarić is winning, Ingic, it's getting more and more clear that this is going to end up in a draw. He can maybe pull out some tricks out of his pocket here, but not more than that. Manuel Petrosian, now his position looking drawish. It's completely crazy because, yeah, and they drew the game because he was worse most of that middle game and end game, so they drew the game as well. So slowly but surely all these games are just finishing. We're gonna stay here until Varverdam is completely winning. Yeah, he pushed the pawn up to h7. It's supported by the bishop on b1. He stopped the pawn on b2. Now he just has to find a way to drag the queen onto the 8th rank and push the pawn and win the game. At the same time to stop perpetual check. Lots of nice games today. I really have to say, now it should be winning. Queen b8 and then pushing the queen, and this is now completely lost. Badelka was putting up some great resistance here. She was really doing great, and congratulations to her and for putting up such a great fight, but eventually Varverdam managed to win this one. Okay, what else do we have there? All these games are still ongoing. So we only have like 6 games left. Mitis Nesterovic dead drawn. Zavatska is now drawn against Kobo, and all these games are just done. That's so in live we have like 6 or 7 games more left to be played. Gelfan's opponent is trying to come up with some perpetual check. Here all you have to do is to calculate properly and to make sure not to blunder something. From practical point of view, it's not as easy as it looks when you look at the eval bar and a bar says it's completely winning. Well, easier said than done. Another thing is when you play your games, you're just like the most tired when you come to simply, you know, like time trouble. You're running out of time, you're tired, and so many things are possible to happen there, especially with the queens on the board to blunder some perpetual check. So do we have Šarić and his game? He played f4. This looks like completely winning now for Šarić, because I told you if bishop f4, knight f4, king b6, knight e2, king a6, and then he goes knight c3, which defends pawn on b5 and prevents a4 by white. That's the way it is. Sargsyan Shanti is winning. He is now completely winning because this rook cannot defend anything, not defend this passed pawn. Also, if he goes after the d5 or g4 pawns, in the meantime, black is just going to move the rook and promote the queen, so this is completely winning endgame as well. Kovalev is, after I said that this guy is fighting hard, he's now going into a better practical game. I guess king f6 here. Bishop c8, okay. Yeah, king f6, knight d7 was a blunder, so that's why first bishop c8. And then he can take advantage of the e4 pawn. So practically with a great chances to still push this and win the game. Kovalev at some point was almost on 2700 rating. He now dropped a little bit, but he's got lots of experience and he's a very talented player, so he might be doing great in this tournament and be one of the favorites as well. In the meantime, Šarić won. His opponent resigned after f4. He obviously calculated properly that that endgame is still absolutely undefendable. So we have only Gelfan's game on top 10 boards. Gelfand is still trying to win this. He's so experienced. He for sure won't miss the winning sequence here and winning the game. Also, I like this one. King d7. Maybe queen b5 check and pushing the pawn on a7, and after queen a1 giving another check and promoting another queen. That could be winning. This queen b4 is a nice trick. I don't see what else but king d7 by black. So we already have like much better resistance and way longer games tonight than yesterday. But okay, yesterday there was a big rating gap and difference between guys. Alexakis Dimitris, he was defending worse position and lost position all the time, but Gelfand is such an experienced player and he's certainly one of the biggest favorites to win this competition. Let's just see, he played king e8. I guess now just queen b5 check, and after king e7, yes, queen b5, he came up with that check. And now he can even move the bishop. Why would he give it up? He can play bishop c3, followed by bishop b4, and then to push the pawn, and that should be winning. Even queen b7 is winning. No. Actually, let's go with the bishop c3. Let's see what is Gelfand going to do. Because if queen b7, king e8, black still threatens queen e2 check with perpetual check. I mean, you probably have lots of ways to escape even there, but you play these positions because of tiredness, because of queens on the board. You just want to reduce the possibility to make mistake and blunder something. You want to reduce it to minimum. So probably bishop c3. But on bishop c3, f5, king f5, knight d4 doesn't seem to be working. He played bishop e5. What is his intention with the bishop e5? Somehow he disconnected queen from defending f5. I'm not a big fan of this move, but okay, maybe he just wants to some queen e2 oppose with king f5 and bishop f4 at some point. I'm just saying maybe, because obviously he's completely winning, but he all the time has to keep his eyes wide open in order not to blunder perpetual check. So we're just waiting for black to make his move. Queen h1. Black is also looking for some tactics, but why this one? I don't see how is he gonna come up with the check. What if a7? a7, e3. Queen b4, queen a4, and promoting the queen. This is winning. Maybe he's threatening f5. That's why I didn't like bishop e5. He's threatening f5, king f5, and some check. Queen b7, king e8. But now on queen b7, king e8, he might be having bishop f6, because in that case there is no more f5 tactical resource by black. So queen b7, king e8, bishop f6, threatening queen e7, checkmate. Okay, on king f8 the same thing, bishop f6. No more checks, no more f5 threats. King is safe on g4. He threatens three mates, queen c8, queen b8, and queen a8. And on top of all that, yeah, bishop f6 could be nice. I see bishop f6 as one of those cutting moves, and simply it cuts off lots of counter-attacking possibilities and tricks by black. That's why I opted for that one. I guess that almost all these moves just win, but this one is just simple. He went with a7. Okay. And after f5, I guess he takes by king f5. And what if queen h3? Black has to go with f5. What else exactly? And now to go with the queen on h3. And on queen h3, you just go with g4. That's the move. So queen on b7 defends h7. After you play g4, he doesn't have queen f3. If he plays king f1, you take on e6. So that's the move, and that's the way to go. Queen h3, g4. Black is about to resign this game. We're just waiting for Black's move. And his move is, I believe he can easily call it a day. Yeah, queen h3, g4. We already spoke about this one, and now it's completely winning. Let's check other games. Gelfand is now, I mean, he's all the time completely winning. Sargsyan is now dead winning because he's even penetrating to d3. He threatens to promote with check and to give check. This is dead winning as well. Kovalev is now completely winning against Ram Sofer. This guy was putting up great resistance and fight, and eventually he cracked down. That's what I'm telling you. Under the time pressure and tiredness takes its important role in these games. In the meantime, Varvarden beat Badelka. Ingic, how did he do? How did he do in his game? I can find his game there. One of the biggest upsets today, young Gural beat Motilev. Ingic drew against Sanikidze. Well defended by Sanikidze. In the meantime, Gelfand is still playing this game. This guy is really, he really doesn't want to resign here, but okay, he tries until the last trick. He only has one more check here. It's queen f1, and I believe he's just going to throw the towel into the ring here. There are no even stalemating tricks. And after we finish the game of Gelfand, we're just going to finish this stream. And I'll be seeing you tomorrow around 3 p.m. for the next third round and already some really tough games. So get ready for slowly but surely the European Championship is heating up. We're gonna see some very nice games, and tomorrow already some real derbies. So I believe this is the end of the game, and every single moment we're just gonna see that his opponent resigned. So thanks all for watching. Hope that you enjoyed the stream. We also fixed like our problems in broadcasting. We also added names, and thanks for your understanding, and hope for even better broadcasting tomorrow. Thanks guys, and see you tomorrow 3 p.m. once again, same place with much more excitement. Bye bye.